Hello, hello, and welcome along to episode 17 of Beldania, where today we shall be attending the Prancing Ball. But first of all, our players. Today I have playing with me, Rico.
Hi, I'm Rico. I'll be playing Torin Goldenbrand, the Dragonborn Paladin.
I have Bruno.
Hello, I'm Bruno and I'm playing Natasha Hyalet, who is a life cleric / druid who's seen dungeons but is yet to see dragons.
I have Joe.
Hello, I'm Joe, and I'm playing Hennick Littlefield, the halfling farmer and bard, who is not too excited about the ball, but we'll see here.
I have Jamal.
Hey guys, it's been a while. Jamal here playing Kiavo, the Leonin Order of the Scribes wizard, and yeah, we've got a ball apparently. Not sure how I feel about that.
And I have Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh. I will be playing Sebastian Belmont, who was a human turned into a cat, abjuration wizard who has seen many dragons and no dungeons yet.
What?
What?
Otherwise known as
Session.
otherwise known as our resident problem.
Yes.
We resume almost exactly where we left off, which is to say, should we? All right, just bear with me a second. I'm just gonna do that. I do love our theme tune, but my god, it's doing my head in. With that, yeah, we resume where we left off, which is to say, you are going up to your rooms in the Castle Lagon. If you remember, Lorvalen is a large place. But the Lagon estates are still within them pretty large. And you were told that you would be given rooms each. As you all ascend, you will find, in typical castle fashion, that your rooms are identical, but for one discrepancy. The colour. Natasha, you have been assigned the Violet Chamber. So your curtain blocking out the sun is violet. Your blanket over your standard brown bedding is violet. There is a violet rug upon the ground. And each of the candles is violet in wax, not in flame. Other than that, you...
Well,
Oh, sorry, go on.
that is actually very pleasant because violet is one of Natasha's favorite colors.
Good. You will notice a large chaise longue with an armoire to the back right. There is a huge seafaring chest that stands empty, waiting for you to fill it with all your fineries and fripperies, or your armor. There is a sort of a long table where you may assume that breakfast would be accounted for. Behind a small partition in the corner sits a chamber pot. And then there is your bed, again with a small divider around it. And almost as soon as you're up at your room, a small young girl comes and knocks upon the door. The door is ajar, I'm assuming, as, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have closed it.
As you've just walked in, and she sort of makes her bow. And
I'll bow back.
she looks at you expectantly.
I look at her and say, are you here to be healed?
No, my lady. I'm your maid.
Maiden what?
No, just your maid. I'm here to empty your chamber pot when it needs emptying, bring your food up, perhaps help you with your hair and removing that armor, and to help you put on your
so
dresses. And
you own the building. You like the innkeeper.
no, ma'am, I'm just assigned to you.
Oh, well, that's what I used to do for my parents. I used to help people into rooms. So I'll step out of the room. Excuse me. Sorry.
She's immediately flattens herself against the wall completely, sort of arms flat, and she looks a little disturbed and looks back up at you as you walk past.
I'll just peek my head out. Sebastian.
Yes, Sebastian's a little way down the hall. I think, yeah, he would be able to reply.
Sebastian.
Would I be in my room?
You've probably had exactly the same experience moments before, as you walked into your room, which was themed baby blue. Probably not called that color in the medieval times. And short
Periwinkle.
Periwinkle, there you go. Shortly, the periwinkle chamber. We love that. Shortly afterwards, a small knock upon the door and a bow, and a young girl looks at you. I would say looks up at you, but that would be impressive. It looks at you and sort of puts her hands in front of her waist and waits for you.
It's for me for what? For anything.
Yeah, she's there to serve you.
Oh, perfect.
She's your maid. She's a maid. You probably, but like Natasha, you probably haven't worked that out. She has like a maid's apron on, but she just sort of stands there.
So she opens the door, doesn't say anything, but
no, so she knocked while the door was still open, and then just sort of bows to you.
But he's just standing there.
Mm-hmm.
But then I hear Natasha yelling.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just kind of like look at the maid, like if I had an eyebrow, I'd raise it. I'm just like, can you go see what she wants?
Of course, sir. And she sort of scurries down the stairs and immediately arrives outside Natasha's room.
Oh, there's two now.
She's very similar to the other maid in colouring and in sort of facial features, to the point that you may ascertain these people may be related. And she makes a deep bow to you, and
I bow to her.
Sebastian sort of she looks at you, and the Lord Sebastian sent me to ask if you were in trouble, ma'am.
Why are we playing pigeons? And I'll just move past her and walk to his room.
Okay. Inside, you see Sebastian in a chamber that looks identical to yours, except it's periwinkle.
Sebastian, you're a noble of sorts, right?
What?
You strike me. I don't know.
In mind, not necessarily matter.
A noble in mind.
What are we supposed to do with the maids? I've never been in this position before.
I'll jump on the bed. Anything you want them to do. That's the best thing. Also, we might not get to live like this for a while, so you may want to enjoy it, Lady Natasha.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna do that, and I'll go back to the little.
As you walk out, I'll just be like, "Can you send my maid back, please? I have many requests."
Okay, sure. And I'll walk back, and I'll look at Sebastian's maid, and I'll say, "Excuse me, what's your name?"
Rose.
Rose. Sebastian has summoned you.
She nods to you, bows, and then you can see that there's sort of a rule where she can't turn her back on you unless like she sort of walks backwards away from you to the very last moment, and then sort of swivels her hips but not her head, and then walks into Sebastian's chamber. At which point, immediately her head sort of snaps back towards Sebastian. She bows low and, oh, Master Sebastian, might I be of assistance?
That sounds so good. What kind of wine do we have in this establishment?
We have some chilled wine downstairs ready, or we have a couple of the bottles in the master's cellar have been made available to you of the deep red. You see her panic briefly as she can't remember the names of the grapes. And then she sort of, I know they're both fabulous vintages. You know she's never been allowed to taste this wine ever.
That's fine. I'll hop off the bed and I'll walk to her and I'll gently take her hand in mine and I'll ask her.
When you touch her, she looks quite disturbed. Like this isn't appropriate, but she accepts it for now.
It's fine. And I'll ask her to lead me to the cellars, and I will educate her on wine.
You want to be brought to the servants' quarters?
To the cellar where the wine is.
But we'd have to go through the servants' quarters, Master.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
There's no need to be bashful, dear.
She sort of nods, and then as she leads you down the stairs,
Wait.
yes, go on.
Because I also want to go there.
Okay, cool. So your maid Daisy will gladly lead you there if you wish.
Yeah.
So the four of you sort of parading down the hall, and just as you're about to reach what looks to be sort of a strange oaken door that swivels instead of opening. Like it's pegged at the top and bottom, and it moves halfway round each way. And this sort of huge lady with far too much breast, almost 6 foot tall, with a maid's sort of outfit on, but you see that she's also got sort of earrings in, and she looks a little finer. She sort of looks down and, oh, Daisy, Rose, you're... Master Sebastian, Mistress, Natasha, might I be of assistance?
Natasha's fine. Do you have an apron anywhere?
Yes. One moment, please. She sort of leans in and speaks to a page boy, and then moments later, an apron appears, and she hands it to you.
She'll tie it up, and I'll say, great, let's get to work. Where's the nearest wine? I want to brew some stuff.
The wine is in the cellar. We don't usually allow guests to move through the servants' quarters.
Well, would it help if I was also a servant in another inn?
This is no inn, young lady, and we are to treat you as the Lord's most esteemed guests, from what I understand.
Well,
But
surely
he did say you may have some unusual requests, so please bear with me a moment. And she sort of leans in, makes some gestures, and doesn't say anything. And then she will say, wait, come with me. And she leads you into a completely deserted kitchen.
Oh.
There is no one in there. There is enough space for 45 cooks in here. No one in here. And she leads you through and down the sort of stairs, and she again... And you notice servants like scurrying to disappear. And eventually she gets you down to the cellar, and you see rack upon rack upon rack upon rack of red wine. And she gestures to 2 shelves, and these are allocated for the guests' usage.
Seeing this much wine, Sebastian like drops Rose's hand and is like, and he like just walks towards like the well, not shelves but shelves, and like he starts like perusing, like blowing dust off the old ones, and yeah.
Okay. We're going to leave Sebastian and Natasha there for a while, as instead we will come to Torin's room. Torin, as you arrived at your room, you notice that everything is in sort of a dark yellow that could potentially be perceived as gold. They've done their best. This is actually the Sunflower Suite, but it's, you know, they're stretching it. And as you arrive, you hear a sort of snap of a sword being sort of clapped against a leg of armor. And you hear a sort of squeaky bow. And as you turn, you will see a silver dragonborn standing to attention in the doorway.
Do I recognize the silver dragon?
No.
Oh, okay. Can I help you, lad?
Squire Levistus at your service.
Levistus, you say?
I'm
Well, what,
really sorry, Rico, I
what-
didn't hear a word of whatever you said.
Oh, sorry. I said Levistus, you say?
Levistus, yes.
And what company do you represent, Levistus?
I do not, sir. I serve Dragonborn as guests of the Lagon House.
Ah, interesting.
I work for
Come
Lord
along.
Lagon.
A good man.
Indeed, he is. Might I assist you with your armor, sir?
Oh, I suppose so. And I'll sort of just like stand there like T-posed. Like,
Yeah,
ready
he
to
sort
go.
of he begins a sort of light conversation, sort of fineries and fripperies. You know, have you visited before, and you know, all this sort of thing. And eventually, after a while, he turns to the conversation of the ball and says, "So you'll be attending the Prancing Ball, will you?
I imagine we all will, young Levistus.
Will you require my services that night? Give me an insight check."
Jesus, where the hell is inside? There it is. 12.
A 12? Yeah, you get the impression that he perhaps sounded hopeful.
I'll sort of like look at him, like look him up and down, and be like, I don't see why not, Levistus. It could be fun, yes?
Well, indeed, sir. I do love attending a ball when it is available. It's not often we have Dragonborn guests. Therefore, it's not often I get to attend to one during the time of a ball. And I'm sorry, I'm rambling, sir, aren't I? Well, nevertheless...
Nonsense, Levistus. We'll have a grand old time at the Prancing Ball.
You will notice, however, that he's doing an excellent job with your armor. He is also one of the few servants who goes armed by tradition. So he does have a sword at his hip, a long sword, but the very typical sort of dragonborn style. Is almost a hand and a half sword, if you like. He wears a breastplate and sort of chain around his legs. You imagine if he's serving in this all the time, he must be bloody hot. But nevertheless, he sort of.
I won't
bows
ask
to
him
you.
to take off his clothes. So.
No, that would be a little weird. But he sort of looks at you and perhaps, do you know what you're going to wear for the prancing? Ball?
I'll sort of look down at like once nice green tunic that's, I'm sure now sort of like a little disheveled from all the adventures that we've been on, and say, well, I do suppose that I am due for a bit of an upgrade. Can you recommend a tailor?
Indeed. Well, most definitely. You'll have to wait for it to load, though. Tailor Made, the store around the corner, run by Aubrey, the clothier, is where all of the nobles go to get fitted.
I see.
The prices are quite reasonable, from what I understand.
Well, perhaps I should visit with a gentleman.
If it please you,
Where
sir,
are-
I do believe that the group of you have been booked in for an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Ah, fantastic. You're a fantastic assistant, Levistus.
You're most welcome, sir. And then he sort of begins to show you a few things in the room, and if you do, however, need some clothes for the castle, and then he opens the armoire, and you will see that actually it's already full of outfits that are
Oh, shit.
sort of somewhat your size, and that are expected to be seen as like standard court clothing. You can't go to the ball in one of these outfits, but you could pass as a rich man in any city wearing one of these outfits.
I would likely, or Torin would likely pick out an outfit most similar to what he's already wearing, but
Give me a perception check as you open up this, as you start flicking through these outfits in the armoire.
well, this is strange now because it's rolling at advantage because of the Sentinel shield.
I love that.
So I rolled, I
Nice.
rolled a 2 and a nat 20.
Okay, you
I don't know
missed
which one I would
something,
pick.
but your shield caught it. But one of these doublets has almost hastily engraved into the buttons TG.
EG.
I believe those are your initials, are they not?
They are actually.
Yes. So if you remember last episode, the Lord expressed his frustration with the fact that somebody had wasted their time engraving his initials onto his buttons, and Torin looked a little happy about it. So now Torin's buttons have TG engraved upon them.
Amazing.
It's not the best of jobs, but they've done what they can.
If I can, I'm just gonna haul this entire chest onto the cart with Black Radish when we leave. So.
Fantastic. I look forward to it. And speaking of which, we will leave you there and pick up with Hennick. Hennick, as you arrive at your rooms, they are quite finely appointed, but it is known as the Earthen Suite. They are all sort of dark brown and green colours. And one thing you might have noticed if you looked in anybody else's rooms is, unlike Sebastian, your suite has been lowered. This is a suite designed for a person who is smaller. Sebastian's going to have to clamber up to his bed, but you will
Cats
not.
are good at climbing, so that's
Indeed,
fine.
that's sort of how they logically did it. And as you arrive in your chamber, you hear a voice from behind you, and Master Littlefield?
Hennig will do just fine.
Oh, very well, sir. I'm being assigned to your service. I was told that you may need a couple of things, if I might be so presumptuous. And there is a rather rotund halfling girl. She's not in maid's outfit. She's dressed as a normal female halfling.
What sort of things were you given to understand I might need?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to let you know where your donkey has been stabled.
Now that is important information, yes.
So the Lagon Estates have their own stables. Your donkey, is it?
Yeah, Black Radish is a donkey, yes.
Excellent. He's been... Oh my goodness. It's exciting, isn't it? I don't know why we've suddenly been attacked by loud music. He's been moved to the Lagon stables, where he'll be stabled. You're more than welcome to go down and see him any time of day or night. Just ask one of the stable boys. I believe Kip is on duty tonight if you want to speak to them and administer. I'm taken to understand you may wish to administer to your pony yourself.
That seems like a fine use of my time, yeah.
Okay. Just next door to this room is a small maid suite that has also been made available to you. inside which are some cooking utensils. We are given to understand you may wish to take care of your own food as opposed to service from the kitchen. It is up to you entirely. But if you do wish to, there has been some meat and vegetables provided in there tonight.
All right, thank you.
And lastly, I'm to let you know if you'd like a hot bath drawn, I can have that done for you.
Well, when is this, I don't know, this party thing that I'm supposed to be going to?
Ah, the ball,
You know
sir.
about the-
Tomorrow night, the group is expected to attend at 6 p.m. However, I'm afraid you do have a tailor's appointment at 10 o'clock in the morn. Though that is up to you if you wish to attend or not. But 6 p.m. in the evening tomorrow.
Well, all right then. Yeah, why don't we, I suppose... I mean, do we really need... There's a whole river right outside.
Well, indeed,
but
sir.
I suppose the bath in here will do. Don't want to put anybody to unnecessary effort, but...
Well, we draw many baths in the evening. It will be no hassle to add one to the list. I'm to understand that you may wish your privacy, but there is a small bell here. Should you find yourself lost, perhaps, or in need of assistance, you may ring. I'll come as quickly as I can.
Yeah, if find yourself something you're interested in doing, because I don't know how often I've been ringing that little bell there, but...
Why, thank you, sir. I have my knitting to do.
It's fine craft.
She sort of nods at you, and the name's Poppy, sir. It
Oh,
may be
yes,
my...
forgive me for not asking.
That's quite okay. My daughter may also respond to the bell. One of us will make sure we see to you.
All right, then, that's just fine, yes. Is it easy enough to find the stables, then? Or do
Yes,
I
you
need
just
to-
straight down
do
the
I need
stairs.
to ring for that?
No, you may ring if you wish, but if not, straight down the stairs, and you'll find the second door on the left leads down to the stables. Anyone can point you in the right direction as you pass.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna pop downstairs then while the bathwater arrives, I suppose.
Excellent, sir. And if you were to pop down the stairs, you would see quite a kerfuffle, as in the room next to you, Chiavo is being attended to. Chiavo, as you've entered your room, you're in the ruby red suite. Of dark red, very ostentatious. And 3 maids have arrived at your arrival. And you get a knock, and sort of all 3 of them make a deep bow. 2 appear to be human. One looks like she may be half-elf. She has sort of little pointy ears. And they all bow simultaneously and then sort of stand waiting for you.
Is something the matter? Something wrong?
No, sir.
Why are the 3 of you here?
We are at your service, Lord Chiavo.
Please, just here. No lord here.
Of course, Lord.
Look, I'm okay.
That's good, sir.
Please, go about your business. I'm okay. But one thing.
Excuse me, sir, but our business is you. That is all we've been assigned to.
Well, I guess I could free up the rest of your day. I'll be okay. I can handle myself.
She looks like she's about to break into tears. And she sort of bows and... very well, sir.
Is something wrong? Something the matter?
Well... But no, sir, it's quite fine. It's just... Have we displeased the master?
No, not at all.
But you're sending us away. One of the younger maids sort of impertinently speaks up and... Sir, if you send us away, we don't get paid.
You don't?
But no, of course.
Oh.
Our work is to attend to you. If you have nothing to attend to, we don't get paid. We do have our quarters just next door. Perhaps we might wait on your call.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then the third sort of maid sort of makes a bow, and you see she's holding a large sheaf of papers. And missives
What's
for
all
today,
this?
sir?
What's all this?
The missives for today, sir. Addressed to you.
Okay, tell me more.
Well, the first is from the Mages Guild, who request your presence in the next 2 days, apropos of the stones that you have mentioned. The second is regarding the Court Mage. I'm afraid that one is sealed, so I cannot read it to you. The
It's
third
understandable.
is from the party of the Show Poissons. Most interested in meeting a Leonin mage at the ball and hope that you will be present. The fourth is from the tailors, who wishes to design a special outfit for you. There is another sealed message here from the Montebruche and another from Lady Montalier. This message here from the... this message here is from the Marigolds. States that they would like to be seen in your company at the ball. And they keep going and going and going. There's 80 or 90 missives here.
Oh my word. A question, if I may.
Yes.
How am I supposed to handle all of this in the time that I'm going to be here? This is so much
She
to
sort
do.
of gestures to her two companions, and the master did anticipate this. There is a reason why all three of us were sent to your service. Perhaps some of these
Oh
could...
dear.
Might I speak frankly, sir?
Yes, of course.
You
of
could
course.
ignore at least half of these from the nobles, and not offend anybody, as you're not particularly expected to reply. It is merely them sending their wishes. Might I set those aside?
Set them aside. I'll make
She
time for what
puts
I
sort
can.
of 45 over to the
That's
side,
suitable.
and she looks at you and there are many messages from various mages of the guild, but they all kind of amount to the same thing. I could perhaps categorize those all in one and put those to the side.
Please do. Please do.
She puts aside another 20.
I
And
hope I can. I hope it may be more simple to meet as many of them in one go at the same time as
well,
possible.
indeed.
Perhaps
Most
a group
sensible.
meeting.
Thirdly to that, requests to dance. You will not offend anybody if you decide to attend the ball alone or with your companions. Therefore, we could set those to the side.
I do intend to attend with my companions.
Excellent. She sort of moves those to the side, and finally she says, requests for your time. Requests regarding tailoring. We have an appointment at 10 a.m. for you at the most established tailors in Lorvalen. If you're attending that meeting, then you could probably dismiss the other requests to clothe you.
Yes.
She then
Please
moves
do
everything
dismiss
else
those.
aside, and she hands you one sealed missive from the court mage.
So this is the one real important.
It's the
part.
only thing that's
Okay,
left.
fantastic.
And as you sort of open it up, it will just say 3 p.m. Court Mage's Chambers. Nothing else.
Simple, straight to the point. I like this court match.
Well, if he wrote it.
If. Either way. Whoever did write it. I have only one more request to make.
Oh, indeed. And what might that be, sir?
Is there a particular quiet space in which I can work with a decent desk? Is
She,
this
she sort of gestures to the room opposite. And if you look opposite, you will see this sort of open chamber with a working desk, lights, and a library of some sort. There are a lot of books and tomes in there. And it's at this moment that Hennick sort of comes past. No maids in attendance, no annoying frippery, in his regular gear, just sort of walks past and sees you sort of surrounded by 3 mages with 2 chambers. I don't know.
Henrik sent help.
Well, looks like you got an overabundance of help there yourself already. Yeah, but what's happening here?
There's. It seems I've been inundated with a terrible number of things to do. And, I'm not entirely sure how many of them are actually important.
What sort of things?
There's some ridiculous number of people that seem to want to meet me. What do I do, Henrik?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's only nice, polite to meet them, but I don't know where they even got word of you being here so fast.
I don't know either. Word just seems to travel among people in ways I just don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's I wouldn't tell you to put yourself above and suggest you don't need to see these people. If they want to see you, I would. If they'd asked to see me, I suppose I would have a meeting. But I don't know. I wouldn't be too surprised if you go in with that attitude and they're going to end up putting you on some sort of a pedestal as it is. I don't know. A little bit strange.
Well, at least I can rely on you for words of wisdom. I think I know what I'm going to do now. Thank you. I think I will meet
Happy to help.
these people. Yeah. I've had this room. Then I'll look to the maid near me and
Yes,
this workroom. May I?
it is yours for using, sir.
Okay. I'll scoot my way in there and get myself set up for a little bit of study and
It's
downtime.
also richly appointed in ruby red. In front of each bookshelf, you'll see sort of a pulled down piece of cloth to keep the books sort of fresh and untouched. And again, over the windows, the curtains currently drawn. Small lamps are lit above the desk, and you may indeed make it your own. And I think that's where we'll leave you, as we'll resume.
I
with-
have one
yep.
question though before we just leave on that.
Mhm.
How long do we have until the first people are looking to make their acquaintance known?
Minus 26 minutes. It's nearly 9 p.m. Somebody wanted to meet you at 8:30.
Oh,
Some suggest a late night meeting, some suggest an early morning meeting. You could probably see somebody every 20 minutes from now until the ball, allowing for an 8-hour gap in the middle to sleep.
wow.
Yeah, you can't
so-
make all of those meetings.
Yeah,
obviously.
no, that's not realistic. I'll try to meet some of the people from the Mages Guild at some point.
Okay.
But
You may also just visit the Mages Guild and sort of knock a few.
yeah, that's what I intend to do. Yeah.
So we'll leave you there and pick up with Sebastian and Natasha in the wine cellar, being looked after by the head maid, or at least that's what you assume she may be.
So quick question. The orb I've got,
Mm-hmm.
can I take it out of the metal casing?
You ask this every session, and each time I say you can, but it has no. It's you can put your hand through it. So
Yeah, that's fine. So okay, that's great. So I'll grab one of the balls, and I'll walk back towards Rose, and I'll say, Rose, I'll need your the town's finest enchanter and blacksmith, if you could.
enchanter and a blacksmith. I can make appointments for tomorrow.
Anything earlier?
Master, it's nearly 9 p.m.
So
I'm sorry, but I think first thing in the morning is as close as we can manage. I could send a runner tonight, but we won't have a response until the morning.
very well, I suppose that's fine. And then I'll just walk out with the ball.
Yeah, just as you're going, she sort of calls at your back. Does the master require a bath?
Yes, and perhaps some food.
Excellent. I'll have that sent up. And your Rose dutifully tries to sort of follow you with the bottle of wine, sort of somehow managing to make 2 glasses appear out of sort of spontaneously nowhere, and follows you
2
up the
glasses.
stairs. 2 glasses.
For who?
You.
And
You.
why do I need 2 glasses?
Because it's always done. They always give you a glass and a glass for a guest should you wish. They don't know if you're having any midnight company.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Natasha, as Rose and Sebastian leave, with Sebastian ostentatiously demanding various things, what's Natasha up to?
Natasha's probably using some of her brewer supply skills and making some wine.
Making wine?
Or like mixing it to make it slightly more refined. And testing it around.
So you perhaps opening a couple of the bottles on the shelves, Just sort of pulling
Not
out twigs.
carelessly. Not carelessly. She'd go through it. She doesn't want to waste anything.
Okay. As you begin to sort of get to work with this, the headmaid sort of looks at you and, Madam, will you be requiring the use of these chambers for long?
I'm not sure. Why is that?
Well, it's just there may be wine needing serving to other guests, and
They can come in. I'm not fussy. I want to get some work done. I don't mind if they're working around, but don't make me. And she kind of like continues fumbling her words.
I see. Very well. And she sort of, and suddenly this sort of bustle of servants come flying past. 3 people are sprinting into the cellars trying to find the wine that obviously their guest has been waiting for because they haven't been able to enter the chamber. And then like the kitchen is just a sound of everybody getting back to work immediately. Like everything's been put on hold just for you and Sebastian to walk down into the cellar. So they're behind, and they start to rush and run around. You will notice, however, that they all give you a slightly wide berth.
I'm gonna go up to her and say, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that I was going to be an impediment. That was not my intention at all.
I see. We were informed that some strange requests might be coming from your party. Am I to understand that this is your first time guesting as a noble?
No, I've totally done noble like things before. Yeah, this is definitely one of our first times. Yeah.
Yes. It's usual for guests to simply wait upon service and to do not much of anything, if we're being honest. Meetings occasionally and looking important, but they expect most of the work to be done by us, as you may have experienced when in your own serving role. It can be difficult to get used to, I understand.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice that I might have delayed your work. Is there something I can do to help? Maybe someone I can attend to? I just want to help.
The serving staff may work a little better if you are out of sight, ma'am. Perhaps Daisy could show you through the dresses in your armoire?
Yes, that would be
She sort of leans over and pats you on the
pleasant.
shoulder. And leans over and pats you on the shoulder and I'll send up some food and a bath, maybe?
You're gonna run me a bath. I don't have to run my own bath.
No, most of the guests will have baths delivered. Don't worry, it's no extra work. And it may bequeath the lady to take the bath and perhaps use some of the more aromatic oils.
Well, okay. I'm not going to say no this time.
The maid is trying to be circumspect and say to you, you need to smell better for this court. Off you trot. And
I have such an insight that I can read through her.
Yeah. Well, she's being as polite as she can, but Daisy will sort of usher you up, brewing supplies in hand.
Daisy.
Yes.
Do I smell?
You perhaps show the ardors. You show the ardors of your travel upon your body. Whilst you don't smell to us, perhaps to other nobles of the court, you may seem a little road weary.
I see. Then maybe let's get in on that bath.
I don't think the madam was making it an optional procedure.
Neither do I. And she'll chuckle a little bit.
She smiles a little at you, and she sort of begins to relax in your presence. And as you come up the stairs, you will see standing outside Torin's room, sort of holding his sword out in front of him, like face down towards the ground, a silver dragonborn who does not move. He's like a statue.
Daisy, is it common for them to pair us with servants from our own backgrounds?
Usually only in the case of halflings and dragonborns.
Oh.
And elves, of course.
Sense. Well, that makes sense. Corin is a fighter. He got a dragonborn fighter. I'm a servant. I got a human servant.
She looks at you with a giggle, and some of the Dragonborns are particularly unusual in the way they prefer to be served, and it's easier to have one Dragonborn on hand to serve them all than it is to have various different humans try to be trained in the way of strange. I don't know. They have procedures regarding their armor and their weaponry and
It's
stuff.
great, Daisy. You guys did not need to go through all of this. You could have literally given him a gnome, and they would have become friends in like 5 minutes. This place is really different.
Pardon me, ma'am, but the Lord Lagon doesn't keep servants or friends that are gnomish. He disagrees with the slavish practices in Kalan right now.
There's gnome slaves?
No, ma'am, there are gnome slavers in Kalan. The gnomes enslaved the kobolds long ago, and, well, the Lord has had some disagreements with some gnomes travelling from Kalan, wishing to bring their servant retinues. Speaking of which, tomorrow night there will be a gentleman visiting who I believe has a slave retinue. The master has made allowances, however, given his importance. Master Kerlik Sharazai, he is a foreign dignitary from the land of Kalan.
I did not know that these practices were still occurring in other areas of the land.
Indeed, the Urax Confederacy is seen as being a little more... She struggles to find a word to say forward or modern day or just normal or sensible.
I see. Could you please remind me of the name of the territory that you mentioned that still keeps slaves?
Kalan is an entire island to the east. It's a lot bigger than... It's a continent. It's a lot bigger than Beldania. And
is it...
Go on.
Sorry, I thought that was Daisy speaking to me.
No. Kerlik Sharazai is the name that was given.
Is it common for them to... I don't want to use the word export because these are people. Is it common for them to travel and
rarely do the
sell them?
Urax Confederacy allow the slaves of the gnomes to set foot upon Beldania as slaves, though it has been known. Greater are the problems with the Dragonborn.
What are the issues with the Dragonborn?
I'm to believe that certain bloodlines of theirs, or colours, if I might use that word, are always slaves, even in Beldania.
I'll look over to the Dragonborn in front of Torin's door and say, "Is this true?
Is what true, ma'am?
That you keep slaves of other colored Dragonborns?"
Personally, no, I do not.
Sorry, I didn't mean you. I mean, is it common for,
Green Dragonborns?
You know what I mean?
Green Dragonborns are slaves unless they are escapees and criminals.
Why?
It has always been so.
And nobody's ever questioned it.
Why would they question it? They are
Or
nefarious, evil, lying creatures that hope to be reincarnated as better versions of themselves through their willing slavery.
I have heard the same type of arguments coming from humans about lizard folk.
Well, be that as it may, let it be known, lady, that the Green Dragonborns have earned their slavery.
Natasha will just walk away and say, "Let's get into a bath, Daisy. I'm already flustered enough."
With most of you bathing and getting ready, there is a short, sharp knock upon Torrent's door.
Oh, what was the attendant's name again?
Lavistus?
Yeah. Levistus, is that you?
Announcing a guest, sir.
All right, let me get decent.
Very well.
Come out of like the bath, maybe put a robe on if they have one.
Yep. And after a while, a bronze dragonborn, the most aged dragonborn you've ever seen. He almost has like a beard made of scales. His eyes droop a little. He's got bushy eyebrows, which just shouldn't happen on scales, really. And he sort of wanders in gently and, "Pardon me, sir, but I work for the collective. I am to understand that you have a group of competent companions? Somewhat.
Yes, the very most competent.
Well, indeed. We are looking for the lost tomes of Rhiannoth.
Of whom?
Rhiannoth, I am to understand that perhaps you may be traveling in the direction of Verania.
That is a potential destination of ours, yes.
Rhiannoth was an ancient scholar, and we have a lead that the erstwhile sorcerer Venratius may have information on these lost tomes. He has a tower on the borders with Erlana. Perhaps it might be worth visiting. The pay from the collective will be excellent.
Yeah, that's something worth noting. What was your name again?
My name?
Yes, sir.
He seems to have forgotten his name. I was not prepared for that question.
Indiscriminate.
He is Eucrasius. I will spell that in a second.
Thank you.
Tower, border, Lana, and he is I don't know, maybe that's Eucrasius.
I like you, Crashies.
I liked Eucrasius too. But yeah, that's him, and he sort of details are in the scroll, and he places a scroll upon your table. And, might I take your leave, Master Golden Brat?
Yes, of course. Eucrasius. Like, what's his name?
Eucrasius. I don't really care. We probably won't see him again. He is just a messenger from the collective.
The collective, yeah. All right. And I'll sort of like mull over the scroll, probably not understanding 60 to 70% of what's in it.
That's fine.
I think I'll probably give this to Chiavo.
Yeah,
I
he
see
doesn't
next.
have much to do. That'll be fine. So as the rest of you bathe and eat and whatever, Hennick, as you pass down to the stables, you're given a lot more free reign than everybody else, I guess. People are sort of just letting you do your thing, accepting that you're a slightly strange halfling that has slightly strange habits, in their eyes at least. But as you go down to the stables, perhaps you might give me a perception check, please.
Sure. 20 total.
Yeah, you hear an argument, a drama, raised voices and what sounds like worry and anxiety a short way from the stables out to the street.
Yeah, I'll definitely walk in that direction and see if I can figure out what's going on.
Yeah, there are two regular servants standing over a dead body.
Oh, dear, what's going on here?
I don't know, sir. I found him just here.
My, just now then.
Yeah, he seems to be dead from 2 piercings in the neck. You know, vampire-like. There has been rumours, you know, down catacombs. Apparently some vampire is a stalking. He's got a brood or something, or so they say. I don't know. Rumour says it down tavern.
Well, that's very disturbing to hear.
Well, indeed. Hope it's not us next.
Is there, someone around that we ought to report this to, or?
Oh, I suppose it is as it was, sir, but... pardon me for wishing, but
you all arguing about this in some way?
Well, you see, if it was 6 foot further out, it would be the responsibility of the town guard, but because it's particularly here, and you see that line just there, and he sort of points to 6 foot away, and said, well, you see, if it was just over there, then it would be the town guard's responsibility, but because it's here, it's Lord Lagon's responsibility and his guard, and that means that we've got to do something about it, and my companion here was suggesting that we drag the body just to 6 foot over there, and then, you know, allow the town guard to deal with it, but I was saying that perhaps it might be important that we get it done by Lord Lagon, do you know what I mean?
Well, I think if there's one thing I've learned about Lord Lagon, it's that he's not going to shirk a responsibility.
Well, no, indeed, but
Should
the problem
people
is
who work for him.
no, but the guard can be quite snooty-tooty, if you know what I mean, and that dealing with them can be quite a procedure, and they're going to have questions and think that maybe it might have been one of us, and then we're going to be suspects, and it's all kinds of dramas and problems that, frankly, I just kind of
Tomorrow I
want to
have to
fresh
go to a
bake,
big
you know?
fancy ball full of big city dandies.
Oh, that does sound most troublesome, sir.
We don't want to do. We all have to handle these things, and the way we be different than those snooty bastards is to just do what needs to be done.
Well, indeed, that's what I was telling my friend here, Brandis. But Brandis was saying that perhaps why should it be our problem? It could just be the town, the Lagon's captain's problems. And, just because we saw the body doesn't necessarily mean it's our responsibility to report the body, does it?
Good talk, gentlemen. Where's the people that are on our side of the line that we need to take this to?
There's a guard captain maybe sort of 60, 70 feet around the corner towards the front stable entrance.
I mean, if it helps you at all, I'll go along.
Oh, well, that would be most helpful, sir, because then you'd be the one who has to do all the proper talking, innit? Because you does the proper talking.
Seems circumstances led that way. Let's head down there.
Okay. They'll need you sort of just vaguely, you dip in and out of the stables through the servants' door and out the noble's door, and standing at the gate is 2 guards, beautifully armored, resplendent plumes upon their helm.
Hello there, men. We have something unfortunate to report to the guard here.
Oh, indeed, do you? You would be Hennick Littlefield, is that correct?
It's nice to see you're well informed. Yes, that is my name. I just happened upon a situation here. Apparently, unfortunate gentleman has met his end around the corner back here.
Just happened, was it? You just happened upon it?
Evidently, these other 2 gentlemen here were discussing the body and...
Discussing the body, you say? Man, clap these 2! And with that, 2 guards come over and immediately begin to seize the 2 servants.
Now, I really see no reason to think that they had anything to do with it, although it's, I don't know that they haven't, I suppose. But
No, indeed. And until further suspicions are acquired, discussing the body as opposed to reporting it seems rather suspicious to me, don't you think?
Why are you not clapping me in irons as well, then?
I am informed that we are to treat you as a most revered
You will treat
guest.
these gentlemen the same as you might treat me.
Very well. He looks to his sort of comrade and looks back at you, and though perhaps we might trust you not to attempt any escape.
Yeah, I'm trying to escape from a ball, but that's about all that I have on mind.
With this, he sort of lets out a small smirk, and you can see that perhaps he might understand trying to escape the ball. Very well. Don't clap them in irons. Just bring them along with us. Your names? And, Dave and Brandis. We had nothing to do with it, if you don't mind. Otherwise, we were just discussing the reporting of it. He's got 2 prongs in his neck. Anyone can see it, vampire. Captain sort of looks at you, and you dared not to mention this, sir.
Well, I wasn't jumping to any conclusions just yet myself, but is that something you genuinely have problems with lately?
I believe this would be body number 11, only the second found upon the Lagon properties, though. Well, come on then. And with that, he'll walk over the body, and you see he immediately slashes its wrist and hangs the wrist downwards, and very little blood comes out. Drained dry like the rest. We better cover the body. You didn't see anything, and he says to Dave and Brandis. No, sir, we didn't see nothing. And you won't be talking about it down at the tavern? No, we won't. And with that, they sort of cross their hearts and didn't see a thing. I don't even know what we're talking about. Do you, Dave? Don't know what we're talking about, do we? And they sort of head off towards the nearest tavern, and the gentleman looks at you and, might I ask you to, perhaps, well, am I to understand you're part of an adventuring party? Or something like that?
Yes, something like that, indeed.
I am to understand that some of you are mighty warriors. Far be it from me to set anything upon you, but I should give you fair warning. There is a vampire attempting to add to his brood down in the catacombs. As yet, the Lord Lagon's guards cannot spare the man. The Lord must be escorted, and for that, we must wait until his escort returns, until we can board a foray into the catacombs. And the town guard refuse on the basis that the catacombs are not part of their area of expertise, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Just to be warned, sir.
Do you have much experience with, I don't really know much about vampires myself.
I know 3 things about vampires, sir. The first is that they are deadly dangerous. The second is that silver is the bane of their existence. And the third is that it is said that a stake through the heart will be the end of them. And I think they have something to do with bats, occasionally.
Try to add to his brood.
That's what the guard captain says. I believe that means that not all of his victims are drained dry. Many of the times we see that people have been taken away by him and perhaps to be converted to his vampire
I
cult
see.
thing.
That's all I was getting at there. This seemed a little strange if this one was left behind.
Usually there is a feeding time, from what I understand. They take a new member and then that member needs to feed.
I see. Well, that's very disturbing, certainly.
Well, indeed, sir.
I will let my companions know about it. I don't know if it's exactly in our jurisdiction any more than it is the city guards.
No,
but,
indeed, not yours at all, but you should be warned nonetheless.
Well, certainly of that. That's very good to know.
Might I escort you anywhere, or?
I'm just heading back over to the stables.
Very well,
if
sir.
we're all done here. I really don't feel that those two gentlemen had too much to do with it. They were more concerned about whether to come report it to you and all that sort of thing. But
No, indeed, they can be a troublesome duo, but I think it is not within their skill set to drain a body of blood.
yeah, that seems fair. Well, I suppose if you have any more specific problems with this while we're here, let me know about it at least.
I am to understand that any issues in the absence of Lord Lagon are to be reported to Master Chiavo. At least that is
Interesting. I saw he had quite a stack of notices.
I believe that the what do you call him? Counselor. I don't know what he was called. He has a name. But yes, the man in charge of shit. Chiavo offered that your group may fill some of the roles from Lord Lagon in his absence. And so copies of all missives for Lord Lagon are being sent to Lord Chiavo.
I see. Yeah, well, that's all right. If something needs to be done and we can help with it, I don't see why we shouldn't.
Should I have copies sent to you as well?
No, that's all right. I think I'm in quite close contact with Chiavo, and it'll be just fine.
Excellent. I hope your mount is well.
Yeah, more of a draft animal sort of thing, but yes.
He sort of doesn't really understand the concept of draft animal.
He pulls the
horse-
cart. I tend not to ride him. I sort of pull. He pulls the cart, and I may ride that from time to time. But
A horse not for riding.
he's a donkey. He's not a horse at all. See, so
I
not that there aren't also horses who do pulling rather than riding. It's a whole variety of animals out there, my friend.
very well. He sort of looks a little confused. He was like, you can see in his mind, he's just thinking, I thought donkeys were horses for halflings. And then he sort of bows and nods to you, and you can go and check on Black Radish, who you'll find is being excellently looked after. In fact, when you turn up, one of the stable boys appears to be giving him a neck massage and feeding him an apple. But as soon as he sees you, he sort of makes his bow and stands to the side and begins to very professionally brush Black Radish instead of feeding him an apple he probably shouldn't be eating.
I'll just give the guy a hand and just let Black Radish know. You've been working harder than any of us. I may eschew a bunch of the finery around this place, but you deserve every bit of fine hay they're going to give you while you're here, and maybe that apple too.
The boy sort of smiles, and when he smiles, you see he's only got a couple of teeth, and he sort of makes a little nod, and he begins to, really sort of look after Black Radish and pat him and stroke him. And you can see the boy perhaps is maybe not even meant to be in that stall right now, but has become good friends with it, said Donkey.
Thank you for taking good care of him, young man.
Nah problem.
Yeah, and that's all. I'll head back eventually.
Mhm.
I see no reason not to go full Crocodile Dundee and wash my clothes in the bath. That is my main preparation of nice clothing.
As per the Poppy's sort of what she said to you, the bath is drawn, and there are some hot rocks that sit in the bath to keep it warm for you. But other than that, it seems like they've just kept completely out of sight. Some cold food has been left with a tray with a flat, I don't know what you call those things, a cover over it. Sure,
Right.
let's call it that.
Dome.
Yeah, a dome. There's a dome over it. But it's just some cold meats and cheeses that you could easily put back in that little pantry that was provided for you if you wished. But other than that, it seems to all be left for your own use. I think with that, we shall let the night pass. I don't know if any of you needed to take said long rest, but do if you do. And the following morning, each of you will get identical knocks at 7 a.m., barring Hennick. And outside will stand your appropriate server, or one of their siblings, relatives, or partners. Levistus is the only person who will serve Torin. And he knocks, but he admits a normal human maid with a tray. And each of you will have breakfast served to you. Chiavo, as you are breakfasting, a different gentleman turns up, a small bearded gentleman. He's short for a human, but he appears to be human. And he makes sort of a double bow to you. And missives for this morning, sir.
Missives?
Yeah, he's carrying a
Okay.
stack of papers that goes above his head.
Oh my word. Okay, let's go through these.
Fantastic. And he'll sit by you at breakfast. 90% of what he says is probably not really anything Chiavo's going to understand or be able to do anything about, as they were missives for Lord Lagon that you've been copied in on. He, however, being the court scribe, will be able to inform you that this is the case.
Yeah, and we'll just set aside the ones that I can't do anything about. And,
Yeah,
they'll be dealt with.
you get a couple of notes that perhaps you are reiterated to you. There is indeed a vampire in the catacombs. There is indeed a thief at the Temple of Tyr. There is apparently a bandit group on the road to the Urax Highway.
Bandits on the road to the Urax Highway, huh?
Yeah, the names of the bandit leaders are said to be Silk and Galena.
Those are not the same as the ones we encountered, was it?
No. This is quite a professional outfit. They do technically stand within Lord Lagon's province, so he should do something about it, but as you will know, he's a little short on guards right now, as he has his own mounted entourage going towards Eladar, and lots of people headed down towards the warfront, of course.
Yeah, so there's definitely no way anyone can be spared to deal with those
Yeah,
at this point in time.
various doors in the poor quarters keep getting red crosses painted across them. A couple of people...
Various doors.
Yep, front doors to houses. A couple of people have disappeared in the area as well.
Is there any connection between the people that have had the doors painted, by any chance?
Nobody seems to have investigated too much.
Nobody's investigated.
Not too much. No, it's in the poor quarter. No bodies are left on the streets.
Fair enough.
For reference, I don't know if you guys can you all see the whole map?
I can now, yeah.
Okay,
I think.
First time we've actually used Roll20 today. Yeah, the poor quarter is this area all the way around the outside.
So all the tiny little ramshackle ones, yeah.
Yeah, all the ones where there's dirt instead of road, basically. There's also a larger poor quarter down below Market Street.
Yeah.
But anywhere where there's dirt instead of road, yeah, all of those areas. Those are the poor quarters.
So no one's bothered
Guards
to investigate.
don't tend to go through the poor quarters very often, mostly because it's not much worth guarding. And they get harassed and get troubled. Somebody would need to be directed to investigate for anybody to investigate. But a couple of people have been reported missing by people from the poor quarter who've gone to a guard or guard house and said so. And various doors are getting painted with red crosses.
I didn't want to interrupt too much, but I just want to say, like, no one knocked on my door, but I always get up early, and I will have, given yesterday's conversation, I will actually have gone to Chiavo once he's up and
for
see
convenience
if he needs
sake,
any assistance going through this stuff.
I think it's worth saying that the maids and perhaps even Poppy may knock on Hennick's door just to let him know that Chiavo is receiving these missives, and perhaps if you did wish to meet, there is a breakfasting room in Chiavo's chambers. Chiavo, you will have realized last night after a while that not only did you have your own room and the library room, you also had a large dining room, a small pantry, and a seer's room. This is a room with a single crystal ball set up within a ewer of empty of water. There is also a ewer of water in there, and a small observatory on the roof. From this, you can surmise you've been given a wizard's chambers.
Yeah, whose dick did Chiavo suck to get an upgrade?
So basically, in last episode, very briefly, as you guys were being told about the Duke going, Chiavo said, perhaps we might be of assistance in his place. And from that single sentence, they've assumed that A, he's in charge, and B, he wants to take all of Lord Lagon's responsibilities. Also, given that he is a Leonin wizard, and these are incredibly rare, the Mages Guild have said that he might be sort of interesting. And interesting in the court means important, which is incorrect, of course, as we all know. Sebastian's far more interesting. But as you all arrive sort of in this, you'll just see Chiavo sort of stack of papers, court scribe next to him. So you're all hearing this conversation as you're being told about red painted doors on the forequarter. It's 8 a.m. for relevance.
Well, morning to the rest of you.
Good morning.
I have to admit, I was not expecting it to be quite so much here.
Bit off a bit more than you can chew, eh, Cavo?
Maybe somewhat unintentionally, but it's okay. I'll cope.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
I have heard of something which is rather disconcerting. Not something potentially right now of massive importance, but Henrik, did you mention there was some people going missing last night?
Yeah, on my way down to the stables last night, I encountered a body that apparently had been taken by a vampire. Well, not taken, left in this case, but killed. Apparently, it's the 11th one.
Seen something about this as well in one of the missives here. Also,
The court scribe speaks up at this moment and, pardon me, sir, it's the 11th body that has been reported as drained of blood. Various people have gone missing as well, and we think that perhaps the events might be, according to, and then he drags out like a missive like halfway down. It's from one of the guard captains. It says there are in fact 23 people who've gone missing, 11 bodies gone, and certain areas of the city bodies can go missing and wouldn't be reported.
there was also something in a missive here about doors being painted with marks on the front doors of houses, and were some of these houses from people that went missing, or
Maybe. Realistically, being in the
Uncertain.
forequarter, nobody has investigated.
well,
It's just news.
How did we know that they didn't want to be made vampires?
You don't.
I'm pretty sure somebody wouldn't be made a vampire if they're drained of blood, though. That's
No, Henrik will be able to inform you that there were two different things going on here. People going missing to the vampire catacombs who are potentially being recruited as vampires, and then bodies being drained of blood for the people who have been taken missing. It's the assumption, right, is that the new brood need to eat, right?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
assumption,
okay.
at least.
That's that's most definitely concerning. That's something that really should be. So,
Or is it fixing the problem? If I was poor and had no food and someone said, I'll make you live forever and give you food.
Bastian, of course, is linking the two, right?
But what if
He sure is.
someone came to you and said, would you like to be this other fella's food?
Well,
Because we've got at least 11 who ended up in that position.
well,
You know, I've had many parasites in the cropland before, and I don't necessarily begrudge those little weevils and such, but they're eating my corn.
sucks to be them.
Perhaps let us hope that these vampires don't have a taste for cat in their next assault, because as far as we know, we might be next.
Don't worry. They won't get me.
no, it's okay. We could just throw the cat under the bus.
So during this
sir?
time, Torin is sort of like, sorry, go ahead.
I just said bus, sir.
The carriage. Throw the cat under the
The
carriage.
carriage.
Carry
So
on,
during
Torin.
this time, Torin sort of just like sort of like looking at his hands and like counting on his fingers, and he sort of like pipes up and says, "Forgive my math skills, everyone, but 23 have gone missing, and there have been 11 drained bodies. That would leave 12 potential vampires. Perhaps we could assume that one still needs to feed." I think this is a.
That's wonderfully Torin, but what you've actually got is 23 missing people and 11 dead.
Oh.
Yes.
Got you.
Yeah. It was very Torin on brand for maths, but it was not correct as per Rico math.
So that would mean 34 in total, missing or dead combined.
And
No.
that is only related to the vampire incident from the central moment. There are also people missing in the pork order. I believe.
Upon realizing, Torn be like, oh dear.
Yeah, the guard captain eventually pulls out a piece of paper, and 41 reported missing from the pork order.
And the number grows.
Oh,
Sorry.
Rico first.
I just say, and the number grows every day.
Probably. Joe, you said?
I hadn't actually started to say anything. All that noise was other people.
Sorry. I just yeah, sure. If anybody else has anything to
Josh
say about
was
this.
saying something.
I was gonna say something, but I don't think it's particularly in character. I was gonna say, I guess the lesson here is to not be Paul.
Pretty much.
Wow.
Nobody's investigating either. Nevertheless, after a sort of an hour or so, Daisy pops her head around the corner and, lords and ladies, she sort of looks down. Far be it from my responsibility to tell you the time, but if you wish to get to your tailoring appointment, you'll need to leave fairly soon.
Is Rose there?
It's just Daisy who's coming.
Well, Daisy, I disagree. Far be it from, rather than far be it from you to tell us the time. That was a fantastic reminder. Thank you. That's I'd almost forgotten we'd been so wrapped up in these missives.
You're most
We
welcome,
should,
sir. There is two men ascribed to your service as you go down to the tailors. I assume they are both for guarding and for carrying.
Eric.
Daisy.
Yes, Sebastian? Master Sebastian.
Did we get an update on the
Oh, yes. You had some appointments. At lunch, you'll be seen.
Great,
Representatives
thank
of
you
both of them. It wasn't easy to get the Master Enchanter to send somebody, but I hope that they will be adequate.
I do appreciate it.
No
Would you
problem.
like some cheese?
Oh, I've already eaten, sir. You could tell she's just not allowed to do that. Nevertheless, the group of you will be able to head down to the tailors fairly soon.
Before we head out, I'd like to do a realism check on the schedule. So, Taylor's trip, and there was court mage appointment at 3, yes?
Yep, court mage appointment at 3, midday lunch. But we are going to do a little bit of a fast forward through some of that. So,
I was hoping there'd be some time after lunch to go and see the mages before going to see the court mage.
you can go down to the Mages Guild, but frankly, most of them just want to sort of gorp at you because you happen to be a Leonin. There
Fair
isn't
enough.
much of any use. Oh, there is one thing worth mentioning. Magical items have been disappearing from randomly around the city, various shops and stuff. There seems to be a thief with a particular enjoyment of magical items.
Well, that certainly sounds like Jack.
Could be. And there is also, and this will interest Sebastian, a girl called Lainey. She is 13 years old, and she showed burgeoning magical talent a year ago. She had a couple of lessons at the Mages Guild. She has been lost to the weave. Basically, she's lost her mind to magic. You could potentially visit her if you wished, out of pure interest. But the Mages Guild don't think she is rescuable.
What's her name, sorry?
Lainey, Lani. She is in one of the merchants' quarters. So move map, please. Sort of over in this area.
I mean, yeah. After tailoring and after seeing the blacksmith and enchanter, I would like to go see her.
Can I suggest that perhaps we see her a different day?
Yeah, sure. I just
this
want to
evening.
make a note that I do want to go
Yeah,
see her.
yeah. I just I would like to actually arrive at the ball sometime this week. Nevertheless, it's Beldania things. You know, we love roleplay, and so we never get anywhere.
No,
So,
people wonder why this campaign's going to take 5 years to run to completion.
Indeed. Well, as you arrive at the tailor's, you will find that actually there's very little that you can choose, as outfits have been selected for you. Now, this amounts to a little weird sometimes in some views, but when you see the outfits, perhaps it might make sense to you. Natasha had mentioned she had no experience of dresses, and now your room colors might come into relevance, as you will find a beautiful violet ball gown, but sewn into the front is a sort of silver chest piece that almost looks like a breastplate of armor, but isn't. It's sort of, it shows sort of some musculature, if you like. Perhaps Torin, you can give me an insight check. I think you're the only person likely to have understood the connotations here. Though the lady might explain if Natasha was simply to ask, I guess. Torin is clueless.
Torin has no idea.
I see that. Shit, I've pressed a button, guys, and my right-hand panel has disappeared.
Oh.
Oh dear.
I've never figured out how to get that back. I just restart Roll20, basically.
Right, I found it. There's a little 3 lines pane in the top right, near where the scroll bar is, or like kind of part onto it. And that sort of hides and pops back out the
Okay.
right pane.
Well, anyway, I don't know how I did that, but we'll let it as it is. Cool. So yeah, there is a sort of almost like a breastplate of armor, but in silver material, sewn into it. And other than that, it's a beautiful flowing gown. You will, however, be given the choice of 4 different. They're not masks. It's not a masquerade ball. It is the Prancing Ball. So what happens is you have like an attachment that gets put into the back of the dress or back of the suit that gives a horse's head to sort of come and sit next to your head, if you like. And you may choose between a beautiful white, almost realistic-looking horse face, or one made of silver, bronze, or a sort of golden-coloured metal that you know not to be gold.
I'll take the metal one because I feel like it matches with the breastplate.
The silvered?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then Hennick, you've been given what is in effect a sort of a pair of, I don't know what you call them, like braces, I guess. Braces over a shirt or doublet with a pair of breeches. It's a very plain outfit, in sort of standard brown and tan. Almost could be perceived as like a farmer's outfit, except it's stunningly sewn.
Now, what do I need this for? I washed these things myself last night in hot indoor water.
The lady looks at you and... I am to understand that you don't see the need for finery, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a way of putting myself up. It seems pointless.
Or perhaps a way of blending in?
I mean, I didn't get the shoes too clean. A lot of time on the road and off it. Hell.
The outfit will be delivered. It is up to you entirely how much of it you wear, though you will be breaking greatly from tradition if you do not take a horse. This was made in your honor, sir, and with that you see an almost perfect replication of Black Radish's face upon a stick, which you may take to the ball with you.
All right then, thank you.
She sort of nods low, and then she looks over to Sebastian, and there is this sort of fabulous deep blue suit with pale blue buttons, and sort of silver filigree with a black jacket, like tailored to cat. There is space for tail at the back, and there's this sort of beautiful pair of trousers that like come in at the waist and narrow down, but there are no shoes, of course. And then the mask that she gives you the option of, there is a silvered horse mask. There is also what appears to be a... Oh no, sorry, wrong person. Yes, a silvered horse mask, the same as we offered Bruno. A gold horse mask, a sort of a white horse, and a bronzed horse.
If I can do what I'm hoping I can do, I will not like anything on my head.
It's not on your head, it sits on your shoulder, and the face sort of sits here,
Well,
like over your shoulder.
even more so. Even if I can't do what I hope to do, I still don't want.
She sort of looks at you and, very well, but here's the bull.
Tis, and I don't need a horse's head.
No, you misunderstand, sir.
Sebastian, it's all in good fun.
The bull is the prancing bull. Everyone will have the horse. It is tradition.
Oh, surely someone has to be the rider.
She looks at you very confused, and then
If everyone's got a horse, then someone has to be the rider.
sure, perhaps, maybe. She sort of selects the silver one for you, and I'll have this sent to your rooms. Just on the off chance you change your mind, sir.
Well, how about a little horse pin that can like be put on?
I could have that arranged as well, but well, you can do as you please. Though you will stand out greatly if you do not follow the mode of the bull.
That's fine. Hennig doesn't have one, does he?
Yes, he has Black Radish, the group's the group's donkey.
One.
Yes,
Donkeys can prance.
yes, they can excellently.
Okay. Yeah, I'll think about it, but I'm sure I'm not going to wear it.
Okay. For Chiavo, there is a stunning sort of deep red doublet with a black overcoat with sort of golden buttons all the way down it. A fabulous sort of big black top hat with a sort of deep red feather coming out of it. And then there's this sort of flowing. He doesn't have trousers. He has this sort of flowing wizard's robe sort of around the legs that is also in deep red with golden stars. And over the shoulder is the black horse with gold eyes that is normally the province of Lord Lagon to wear.
Wow.
It is ostentatious beyond belief, and it's ridiculous in its oversizedness because of his size. It looks a bit silly. But you can keep that thought to yourself.
I was hoping I could be cheeky and try for a lion instead, but to keep the tradition, this is this is the thing.
And speaking
Seems
of breaking tradition, you will notice that Torrin's mask is a dragon, which can technically be mounted if you're dragonborn.
I mean, we are like 8 feet tall, so yeah.
Yes, akin to Natasha. Torrens has this sort of the doublet is sewn sort of silver gold to look like metal. So it looks like a piece of armor, around which is this sort of tail-coated long jacket that falls all the way to the floor. You notice that these have your initials engraved beautifully in them. And you will even notice that Torrin Golden... I nearly called you Golden Shield. I don't know where that came from. Torrin Golden Shield. Torrin Golden Brand is sewn into the inside of the jacket. What has just happened? Our camera's just... We've all moved place. Oh, weird. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Finally, Hennig.
I'm
Yes.
Sebastian now.
Has this been the case all the time and I just haven't noticed?
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure it's... Yeah, let's do that.
Joe, you're the DM, so get on with it.
Well, you find the ball was canceled.
Excellent start. I think
Everyone was eaten by vampires.
I think that's everyone in place, correct?
It's like an episode of Buffy.
Oh yeah, I like that. Don't understand how camera got below his picture. Oh. So that'll do. Yeah, maybe that's been the case the whole episode, and I just haven't noticed. Regardless, this sort of long coat falls all the way to the ground, and and certain sort of there's two large shoulder pieces that look sort of golden in metal, but again they're obviously painted. It's very traditional Dragonborn wear. And you've probably seen your father owned an older version of one of these in the past. And indeed, there is a sword belt. Why you are permitted to go armed while others aren't, you'll have to work out somewhere else. But nevertheless, and in fact, the lady does say gently to both Natasha and Hennick that allowances have been made should you wish to carry weapons beneath parts of your robes or dresses. The Lord Lagon himself has made a special writ to say that you can go armed at the ball. Should you wish. Nevertheless, with your large sort of golden dragon shoulder piece, that is everybody's shoulder piece is done and wear, and you may return for lunch. At lunch, Josh, you will have a enchantress. Enchantress assistant. She doesn't appear particularly qualified for the job. And a very uncouth man who spits as he talks, who looks like he might be a blacksmith. They come and join you at lunch, and they sort of bow and greet you.
And noticing that he spits, I'll like move a few feet back. And I will present to them the orb in its iron casing. And basically what I'd like is to this is what I'm saying this but not saying it like this because I don't know how to say it in character. But basically what I want is to turn this into a circlet so the orb sits on top.
Okay. The orb's approximately 5 inches in diameter. This big.
Yeah.
And Sebastian's head is not that large.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Okay. You just want to sit a massive ball on top of your head.
I surely am.
The enchantress sort of looks at you and for what reason am I here?
Well, it's magical in nature. I didn't know if that meant that it would be that you'd need your expertise as well. I mean, the orb is currently like hovering in the middle of the metalwork, right? So reforging the metalwork itself.
She sort of looks at you, and if the metalwork is attached to a headpiece, I see no reason for enchantress's expertise.
Okay, then leave. But if this doesn't work out,
I'm sure that you will be most devastated. Nevertheless, and then with that, she sort of just strides out. And she was the servant to the enchantress, so God knows how the enchantress.
In it, one arsehole.
Nevertheless, the blacksmith looks at it, and I can have this done. Though I cannot match the metal in the original working.
What do you mean?
The metal in the original holder, in the original casing, I cannot match that metal.
Can't you just use this metal?
I don't believe there's enough of it to create a whole circlet. Besides, I don't know how it will react to a forge. You can see he's trying desperately not to admit it, but eventually he will just sort of look at you and go, I do not recognize that metal.
Sure.
He's never seen that metal before in his life.
That's fine. Well, I mean, I can't take the orb out, right? Because my hand would just go through it.
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't want to risk damaging it, because I would just say, try.
He suggests that perhaps he could create a bandolier that will go across your chest that will hold it at your side.
No, I really like the idea of it being in a circle.
Perhaps we can make I could make a circlet that almost works like a crown, where the piece is at the center.
Yes, perfect.
I'll do that. I can have a rough working to you this afternoon, but it'll take 4 or 5 days to complete it.
I will see the rough working this afternoon. See if I like it enough to wear it to tonight's ball. But you can take as much time as you.
You wouldn't want to wear a rough working out in public.
Why not?
well, it will be...
Would it be a
Most-
fashion faux pas?
Not only that, but it will look awful.
Very well. You may take your 4 to 5 business days to create this.
Excellent, sir. And the bill?
Will be to the Lagon estate.
I did.
If you need to know the bank details, speak to Chiavo. He's in charge at the moment.
Yeah, I think he won't say anything otherwise. He won't have sort of made any exceptions, but perhaps you might work out that the bill might arrive before the item.
How much will it be?
Good question. How much?
A couple of silver, maybe.
My phone is being incredibly uncooperative. Give me a second. I'll be the blacks. $35? 4 pieces?
5 gold. Oh, I'll give him 40 right here, right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have 40 gold?
I surely do. I mean, we got 50 gold from last episode itself.
Shared between you. Yeah, no, you're right, because of the dungeon, yes.
Yeah, so I'll give him 40. The 5 for him.
May I remind you just how difficult it was to get gold prior to said dungeon full of gold?
I don't care.
Okay,
I'm living
great.
a high
You spend
life.
your money looking forward to it.
Yeah.
40
Is that-
gold.
if I have to, if I
Hendrik
have
sat
to-
there like I sat on 3 gold for 14 episodes, and you're spending 35 on a hat.
If I have to, I'll rob this place and sell that onwards.
Excellent.
So yeah, I'll
Excuse me.
I'll give him 40. The 5 for himself being such a good sport, trying something new, and I'll hand him the orb in its metalwork. Yeah.
Okay. He sort of takes a look at it, takes a sketch, and then hands it back to you. He won't need it until the piece is finished. He won't need the orb until the piece is finished. And with that, we shall fast forward briefly to the court mage, who's going to arrive at 3 o'clock. The court mage simply, Chiavo, explains to you that he's not had time properly to study the stones. He is, for now, thinking of having one placed under a cover, or coverlet, so it can only be accessed at certain times. The other put out, but for now he says you might as well keep them for your group. He's finished studying them. He now needs to read up on like magics and stuff about them. Unless you have any other suggestions, Kev.
None that I can think of. The cover does sound like an excellent workaround.
Excellent. That'll do for now. But
I have one question about the stones. Is this just a visual thing, or
no,
can
sound
you
and
hear
sight.
through the stones
Sound
as well?
and sight. Like I said, they're like a FaceTime basically.
Right, so
yes.
a cover would need to have some muffling and sound dampening
Indeed.
as well. Then I see.
That is something
Interesting.
that he could arrange. But for now, you may keep them in the company of your group.
Very well then.
I believe somebody had one in the center of their shield. Is that Natasha?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, one with in the center of Natasha's shield, and the other one, currently, I guess Chiavo is carrying around.
On my person at the minute. Yeah.
So Natasha's shield can see into Chiavo's bag. How exciting. Nevertheless, I think that is where we'll take a short break, and we will... Is there anything else anybody needs to do before the ball?
Yeah.
So-
Sorry.
Go, Joe.
No, I'm not. You don't need to do it. We don't need to run it or something. But if we're done with the tailor by like 11 in the morning and the ball's at night, I would be out trying to at least ask about who like these poor people are in the poor quarter. So you can like tell me like next session, like here's what you found out the first day or something like that. That's fine.
Okay,
And
what
then
I'll
run
do
it
is
down.
I'll put it in a Roll20 handout,
Sure.
and I will do that just after the break.
But yeah,
We'll
we
bring
don't
that
have
up,
to
and
do
then
anything before the ball. That's
we'll
fine.
just
And
have
I
a
would
look
like
at it.
to make an extension to that as well, and include the doors as well, because I.
That is, yeah, that's sort of what he means, I think. The people in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
doors,
Yeah, I think so.
But
the whole
yeah,
poor
right,
goal.
the whole
whole-
deal. Yeah.
I mean, actually, do you know what? It's going to be really easy for me to tell you something really simple. It doesn't matter how much you ask around, you will, no matter what, be directed to the same person who seems to be in charge of the investigation. She works for the temple, and she's taken it upon herself to sort of gather all of the relevant information, and she will book an appointment with you tomorrow, so the day after the ball, just for convenience sake. Her name is Elizabeth, or just Beth. as most people call her. And Beth is in charge, brackets inverted commas. Beth is sort of in charge of the investigation.
Taking it upon herself to investigate.
Well, sort of. The temple does a lot of the things that the guard and the town don't for the poor people. There are various temples, but it is the Temple of Shauntia, who is goddess of life, who tends to attend to most of these things, and Beth works at the Temple of Shauntia. She'll be able to tell you the exact numbers of people missing, where they went missing, how many doors have been painted, etc. in the meeting that you will have with her after the ball.
Right.
Great,
Okay.
cool. On that note, go on, Josh.
Yeah, before the blacksmith left, I would have asked for like a chain or something so I don't have to hold the orb thing in my hand. So
So that bandolier that he was talking about, which will go across your chest, which will hold it to your side, can be worn under the clothing if you wish, or over the clothing, and he should provide that. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Cool, great, right. We are going to be right back, and we will return at the beginning of the ball. Welcome back. And I believe it is time for a ball. So, as you all arrive at the Wondrous Ball. Shit.
Ooh, a fancy
Why is it
party.
not loaded in? Sorry, just give me 1 second. My track has not arrived. It's vanished. Want to play, please?
You what?
My track didn't... No, I didn't want to do that. Ugh. Anyway, as you all arrive, you will... sort of, you're arriving at a... What's the right word? An appropriate moment, I guess? Really,
Fashionably late.
Sebastian? No, no.
Or right on time.
So what you'll notice is that most of the less important people are already here and in place. The food has arrived, etc. You're arriving sort of in the middle of the more important nobles. And as you arrive, the Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Arok Blanham, stands, and he doesn't have a horse on his shoulder, unlike every other guest. Right? Instead, he has this beautiful feathered plumage, and this ruffle, and he looks exactly as you see him. And he stands, and the party of Master Kiavo, Henrik Littlefield, Natasha Eilert, Torrin Goldenbrand, and Sebastian Belmont, local adventurers, and esteemed guests of Master Lagon. From what you can glean and what you've heard from, like, sailors talk, servants talk, you understand that being the Master of Ceremonies is both an honor and a curse. The Master of Ceremonies is in charge of the whole banquet today, the whole ball. He's from the Blanham household. He will be one of the eldest sons, probably is the eldest son from your guess. And he would have been in charge of deciding which food, which entertainment. The bard has been chosen for him, as you remember, Master Damocles. The bard was chosen by Lord Lagon. But other than that, sort of other background music, which dances are going to take place. If there is any poetry to be read, he would have chosen it. If there are games to be played, he would have chosen it, etc. If anything goes wrong tonight, it's sort of on him. And it'd be a shame, both, like, to him, but also to, like, his family name. Like, the Blanhams would be regarded less well at court if today didn't go well. So it's sort of on him to not fuck up, really. You all sort of arrive, and as you arrive, you stand at what is the top of a sort of surrounding balcony around a central dance floor. You'll notice, in fact, that there are 3 layers here. Around the surrounding edges on the balcony, you will find bars serving drinks, and you'll find various guests sort of conversing and going out to the outside balconies to smoke upon pipes. At the middle layer, you will find the gaming tables, the food tables, sort of everything that happens at a ball that isn't dancing or smoking happens in the middle layer, right? So it's quite wide. And as you can see in the image, sort of guests are cascading in from the middle layers onto the ballroom, onto the floor. The ballroom floor itself is beautifully marbly patterned. There's sort of raised ceiling in that area to make it feel even bigger. You would guess that 300 to 500 people easily could dance upon that. Oh, that is not meant to be in there. 300 to 400 people will be able to dance upon that dance floor with ease. Sort of as you arrive and look down, various guests are beginning to group around. There's currently no dancing going on. You don't know why. But the music's quite lively and temperate. And as you are introduced, a couple of people approach immediately. The first is a gentleman whose horse is huge, and who sort of is this short, squat, fat man with a bit of a mousy face. His gown his bull wear, is incredibly ostentatious. He has gold and silver filigreed buttons and different gold pleating on his doublet, and he sort of makes he nods his head briefly. It's like a bow, but it's almost rude in its brevity. And he sort of looks at you and, well, welcome. He doesn't introduce
Hello there.
himself at all. Hennick, you would assume that he perhaps thinks that you should know who he is.
Sorry, who are you?
He sort of coughs and looks to the side. A gentleman opposite him will lean over and, this is the Master Chaupoissant, head of the Chaupoissant household.
Ah, Chaupoissant, you say?
I am the
I can't
elder.
say.
Yes.
I cannot say I've heard of your family, but we are but simple folk from the town of Sandringham.
Well, that surely is evident. But simple folk indeed. Can you dance?
I can do the mashed potato.
Sure.
Is that so?
Well, I've been taught a couple of dances by my mother.
Perhaps at least one of you may not crush the feet of the beautiful noble ladies who will be taking place here. Or the other ladies, and he sort of nods towards Natasha. At this moment, a rather tall, dashing fellow in a relatively simple, black, elegant outfit comes over and sort of does this sort of graceful, again, half bow, like he's bowing, but you can see he never lowers his eyes and he doesn't really show much respect. Master Chaupoissant, I believe you are wanted on gaming tables. Your wife calls for you. I believe she's run out of funds again. With that,
Is that a often occurrence?
You see he sort of takes a step back, and then he nods from behind Master Chaupoissant's back, just to sort of imply that perhaps that happens all the damn time. And with that, he takes his hat off and lays a grand sweeping bow. And, Master Montalier, at your service. You can thank me later for removing the vermin from your presence. Most pleasant to make your acquaintance.
Well, that was a much more hospitable introduction.
Master Chaupoissant likes to look down upon people. It's a shame that at his height he can't find many to do so. Nevertheless, some of us have our household name to speak for us, and some of us feel the need to shove it down other people's throats. Might I perhaps give you a little tour? Point out some faces, introduce you to some names.
Does this tour come with a drink?
Hardly my role, but he sort of leans over and gives a little click, and a serving girl comes like flying out. She's carrying this beautifully delicate tray, upon which sits some form of chilled wine in fluted glasses. He takes one for himself and sort of nonchalantly gestures, if you want a drink, it's there.
I'll take
Then
one.
I'll take one as well. Why not?
Oh yeah. Please show us the way, Lord Montpellier.
Well, I'm intrigued. Does Natasha or Hennick help themselves to a drink?
Maybe one.
Not especially. Although I was thinking, like, I don't know if there's any kind of like interesting, like regional soft drink I would not have had an access to in some time from back in Halfling lands.
If you were to head over to the bar, or perhaps ask the serving girl said question, there is a local juice that is it's usually drunk by ladies, but it's quite pleasant. It's light. It tends to be made from blackberries, sort of crushed in with water.
Excellent. I will have that.
And the at this point, sort of the master of ooh, I've lost track. Sorry, Master Montalier. He would be known as Elder Montalier, meaning he is the eldest gentleman of the household. He does have a first name, but it's not relevant.
Yeah, no, I'll give a shit about him anyway.
Well, no, this is the nice guy, the tall guy.
Oh, nice guy.
He sort of
Sorry, I
leads you
thought he
along
was
to the
talking
edge of the
about
balcony.
douchebag McGee over there.
And from the balcony, he begins to gesture down, and out of nowhere, he pulls a fan, and he begins to use it without sort of opening it to point at certain people. Sitting upon the dais at the front, you will find the Queen, the Queen Amastilla, and her 2 daughters, Liana and Beatrice. The king's seat is conspicuously, empty. He either hasn't arrived yet or is somewhere else. There is another seat on a separate raised dais to the side that is empty, that would normally be the place of Lord Lagon. He'll point over to the bard and tell you that Damocles is renowned for stepping on toes. He doesn't hold his opinion to himself. He often says things that are deemed inappropriate in esteemed company, but Master Montalia will tell you that Damocles is known to perform at his estates on a regular basis. And then he begins to point out a few nobles, and, he'll sort of point out that by the cut of the Montebruche's dress, you can see that they're a little less well off. They've gone through a recent financial turmoil, and with a little chuckle, he'll let you know that an entire 6 carriages of silk went awry.
How does that happen?
Well, indeed. Potentially
Is that
bandits, or...
Was that the ones on the... Maybe those were the ones that we'd heard about.
Or perhaps just excellent plotting by a rival house?
Oh, that, yes.
That he lets out a little smile. It could be, of course, said that such silks would be of deep blacks and blues, and easy to tailor excellently. As you look at his outfit, you may make your own insights. Nevertheless,
I don't even think I need to make one for that assumption.
Honestly.
He nods down towards a couple of other... No, I didn't literally mean make an insight check. I meant, as players, you can work that out. He nods down towards a couple of other families. One thing he will note is that the Montaliers... the Merrybows and the Jazids were normally rival households, seem to be particularly close. The elders are, in fact, having a conversation, standing looking over the balcony. They're surrounded by their sort of entourages. You will note that standing behind Master Montalier are 2 men. They appear to have dueling canes with them, as swords are not allowed, blades are not allowed. And they stand at a very respectful distance back, almost out of earshot, but close enough that if somebody was to threaten their lord, they could step in very easily. As specifically Torren, as you look around, you will notice that almost all of the people of importance have people watching over them, bodyguards and such. And as he begins to sort of point out some other people and make cutting remarks about most of them, you see that he's actually really no more pleasant than Master Chaupoissant. He's just hides it in elegance and frippery and finery. But nevertheless, after a short while, he will say, well, I believe it's time for the group dance. Will you partake? Or perhaps stay up here to get a feel of who's who and what's what?
Oh, I'd love to have a dance.
I think I'd be more one to observe. I feel like I'm a little bit clumsy on these pads, if you know my drift.
And sure enough, as he heads down the stairs, the master of ceremonies sort of gives a gesture and the music stops. He says, well, one and all, it comes to us to have the traditional dance. Please take your places, watch your step, and enjoy. And at that moment, the music again begins to strike up. And it's all very ostentatious. Can I confirm that Torren is the only person who was brave enough to attempt to take part? Fantastic. Torren, before anything, give me a history check.
Wait, Natasha might dance as well.
Would she dance to something which is clearly a sort of group line dance where you need to know the steps, or would she just jump in for other dances later on?
I think she's just, this is her first ball ever, so she's more excited than anything. So yeah, she'd probably jump in the group dance, kind of unknowing that you're meant to know the steps before.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dance too.
Okay. So Sebastian and Tasha, you will not have the option of making a history check for this. Torren, your history check?
Torren knows nothing.
Torren is sure he was going to remember the steps, but as soon as he got to the stage, nope. So from each of you, I'll take a performance check. Natasha and all 3 of you at disadvantage. Yes, of course. You couldn't remember the moves.
So Could I argue that Natasha isn't really trying to like
You
join
can make
in?
no check and just fail miserably. That works.
Yeah, I will take the fail because she wouldn't try to join in. She's just, vibing in her little world in a way.
Fantastic. Okay.
I got a 15.
15. So Sebastian is very deft on his feet, and he also happens to be smaller, which is giving him an advantage, right? Because the lady who his opposite is having to reach down anyway, and she's probably stronger than him. So he's almost being guided by her. On top of which, the steps are they're quite light, and he takes a far less time to turn around. Torin, however, is having the precise opposite problem. He is almost a foot taller than this woman opposite him, and she is waiting to be led, and a couple of times you sort of blundered around. I need a dex save, please.
Ooh.
But unfortunately, it's not to save yourself.
Okay. It's a 17.
You hear 2 or 3 ladies around you make a gasp as your lady stumbles and trips over your most undainty feet. But you catch her in this sort of backwards pull and bring her back up beautifully, as if it was added embellishment. Nevertheless, a couple of times...
Terribly sorry, madam.
He smiles and, no problem. And begins to step round, and you can see she's purposely trying not to embarrass you. And the ladies sort of around Torin, and the gentleman, in fact, are sort of giving him a slightly wide berth as his elbows are coming out at angles. At one point, he whacks a gentleman round the head with his horse. It's really not going well. Even better than that, though, at the end of the line is Natasha. 5 or 6 times a gentleman has come up to Natasha to take her hands in the general place, only to find that she's either spinning off or not paying attention. At one point, a gentleman who is dancing past her reaches out as if to ask her for a drink, and then notices her dress and just sort of looks at her like she's an obstacle. And then suddenly, as the line moves along, and you're expected, Natasha, as you were at the end, to make your way back to the other side of the line, you find yourself with only 5 or 6 millimeters in which to dance, as the dance has moved to the edge of the wall, and Natasha is finds herself pressed up against the wall, gentlemen sweeping past her. Natasha, I need a dex save, please. And again, it is not to save yourself.
I got a 7.
A 7! Great. A gentleman sort of trips over your feet. You reach out to help him, but you're too late. And you catch his partner straight around the face with a clean slap. As you reach out to catch him, she sort of shirks backwards and begins to fall, but the gentleman catches her and they begin to move onwards. And the woman just sort of looks at you and... Country folk. And carries on. At the top, Hennick and Chiavo, as you look down, and see that whilst somewhat Sebastian is managing to cope, your other companions are not comporting themselves well, and in fact, a cutting female voice comes into your ears. She leans over and... Your companions are rather making a fool of themselves, don't you think?
I'll say nothing.
I see no particular shame in not being skilled at something like this.
No, the shame is in attempting to participate anyway. Goodness me, what a lot of tomfoolery. Well, nevertheless, at least you're not, stepping on people. Yarvo, right?
I see you're well informed.
Well, there aren't many of your ilk standing about.
That's very true.
I see that, you've all gone for the finery. The nobles had bets, you know, on your little halfling companion, and she nods down towards Hennick, who's standing right next to you. We didn't think you'd go for the finery.
Well, far be it from me to attract attention to myself. If this is what you all need to see, this is what you're gonna get.
I see the Lady Aubrey was as diplomatic as ever. She's a friend of mine. The Lady Aubrey is the tailor. In case that was missed. Well, might I introduce you to somebody of relevance, importance, and not on the dance floor?
That'll be fine.
Very good. Come along. And with that, this lady who has not given you the grace of her name, she is wearing this beautiful meringue dress that's sort of really out wide, and you can't walk near her. Her dress keeps you at bay. Perhaps it's the reason she's not dancing. And
Probably.
she leads you down towards the bar, where there is a gentleman in a sort of gold brocade, and actually you'll both recognize him immediately as the king, as you have met him before.
Ah.
And before she can say anything, the king sort of looks down at you both, or up, I guess, at Chiavo, and sort of gives you a rather polite nod, and thank you for joining us. I understand it wasn't really your scene, but, well, you came anyway, and that's most appreciated.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to see you again. It's your assumption's correct. It's not exactly our thing, but it would be rude, at least, to turn down an offer.
Well, if that's the case, I suppose I should offer for you to partake in some games with me later on. Perhaps I'll see you at the gambling tables.
I certainly can't turn down that invitation.
And with that, he sort of nods towards Chiavo and nods towards the lady, who takes Chiavo's arm and leans down to him. Or leans up to him. I keep saying down to Chiavo, you're sort of confused. Leans over to you and sort of, perhaps I might borrow you for a moment, Mr. Chiavo?
By all means, by all means.
And she leads you off, and she begins to sort of make note of a few other ladies, and she's quite cutting. Eventually, you will catch her name. She is the Lady Marybow.
Lady Marybow.
She's quite important in the court, and clearly a good friend of the king's. And you'll pretty quickly work out the reason you've been led away is to leave the king with Hennick. Not because you are of any importance. And at this, the king sort of leans down to you, and I meant what I said, Master Littlefield. I do appreciate you coming and partaking.
Well, it seems we've somehow stumbled into taking over a bit of Lord Lagon's duties while he's on other business, and I do find that other business very important. And well, if part of his duty is this sort of thing, no reason to shirk that.
Indeed, duty is one way to put it. I wonder if I might ask for your assistance. In a moment, I am understand he is a lord, Kerlik Sharazai of Kalan, is to make an appearance with a retinue of his folk. I am unacquainted in his people's customs, but from what I understand, he can be a little boisterous. I wondered if perhaps you may, as you have done elsewhere, play mediator. Or just join us for conversation, perhaps, is the way you would see it.
Certainly. I can see what I can do.
He turns to a lady and sort of, we'll have 2 of the burgundy. And he hands you a wine glass, and you don't need to drink it, but it's worth having one in hand.
So many appearances at every level in this situation, huh?
Indeed. Then he sort of leans over to you and sort of almost squats. Mine's full of fruit juice. And with that...
It's very good stuff.
The fruit juice, yes it is, isn't it? Apparently it's for ladies, but I love it. Well, oh dear. You notice his sort of oh dear is as Natasha clean slaps somebody around the face. And sort of, there's this sort of moment where he gives you a wry smile, and perhaps we should be glad that some of your other friends chose to partake in the dancing. It is
well, usually when we tango like this, she's trying to hit people, so...
I see. Well, let's perhaps hope that they are defter with their tongues than with their feet. A lot of things happen at these balls, whilst it appears to be almost nothing. Ah! And at this, there's this fanfare at the door, and there's this sort of... The Lord Kerrik Sharazai and his entourage. Blah, blah. This man walks in, and he's wearing a jacket that has a train. It literally pulls down the back. He has gold embroidery and wears a gold necklace and a sort of light, made of real gold, sort of circlet upon his head with a bright emerald at it. His doublet is covered in diamonds. At his side walks a woman whose face is masked with a veil of white cloth and diamonds. and behind him stand 12 men, each in sort of a loincloth with a jacket, nothing else, like sort of a waistcoat, I guess, and a loincloth, and nothing else, whose hands are bound. And there is one woman who appears to be incredibly beautiful, who is wearing nothing but a single sheer piece of material in black with diamonds all over it. It barely covers her nipples and her private areas. That's incredibly sort of inappropriate. And as he sort of strides up to the king, you will notice that a woman has come and stood next to the king. Henrik, you'll have seen that this is the queen. And Kerlik puts his hand out with a ring on it, and sort of in front of the queen. She has a brief look on her face, and then she sort of reaches down and kisses his ring. At which point, Master Kerlik makes a tiny bow at your king. Well, nice to join you at this quaint occasion. And the king sort of looks at him and is waiting for something, and you don't know what. And then eventually Kerlik sort of gives in and... How are you, your majesty? And the king lets out a little smile. Henrik, give me an insight check.
That's gonna be a 30.
30! Wow, is that a 19 on the dice? 18.
An 18.
Yeah. How did that happen? It's
You've given me a
expertise, right?
lot of insight bumps, but I also have expertise.
Yeah, right, okay. So, it is Henrik's thing, so I think it makes sense. But yeah, you notice this is somebody's custom. You don't know if it's the king's or Master Kerlik's, but whoever speaks first to say, like, are you well, is sort of deferring to the other. So the king won that little battle of wits. And to which he says, oh, Master Kerlik, perhaps I might offer you one of our beverages. And with this, a serving girl comes forward with a tray, and on it is a chilled glass of white, rosé, and red wine. A couple of other sort of fizzy drinks, soft drinks, etc. And then he sort of motions, and one of these slaves, with their hands bound, comes forward. He sort of doesn't realize, but the slave is really struggling to lift the glass. And eventually he manages to take a taste of the burgundy. And after a moment, when the slave doesn't appear ill, he'll take the glass from the slave's hands and begin to drink from it. And the king sort of looks at him and... There's no need for a taster here, unless, of course, you wish for me to poison myself. The wine is handed out indiscriminately to everybody. Well, you would say that, wouldn't you? And then he sort of looks down at Henrik and sort of with an eyebrow. And to what do we owe the pleasure of a half-folk?
Oh, some companions of mine and myself are here sort of in the stead of Lord Lagon.
Yes, apparently he has a matter of importance to attend to.
Indeed. Of great importance.
I suppose that's an opinion one could hold.
And what is it has brought you this way?
Well, indeed, what has brought me this way? I'm to understand that mountains have been seen to move in the land of the orcs.
By myself, in fact.
I'd like to buy one.
Well, I suppose if you can take them all on out of here so we don't have to worry about them, we could maybe try to arrange that, but it ain't mine to sell.
No, no one said it did, but I thought I'd pass by. You know, show... See, at this point, he sort of measures his words ever so slightly. Says, and grace this court with my presence, and remind ourselves that relationships between dignitaries of foreign countries can be useful to us all, as can trade contracts, don't you think? Speaking of which... And the king sort of just looks out the corner of his eye at the queen and just sort of shakes his head. And you see she was going to say something, but she doesn't. And he says, perhaps business might be spoken of a little later, Charizard. Perhaps. At this moment, one of the dancing stops on the stage, and one of the dancers bumps one of the slaves. And the slave sort of falls a little, and you notice that his feet are bound as well. He can't, they aren't tightly bound, they're loosely bound, he can still walk, but he doesn't have the option to catch his balance. As he begins to... Sorry? Natasha?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished with the dialogue.
No.
I said Natasha will go help.
Well, no, the slave sort of almost falls to the ground and then regains his balance. And the Lord Charizard sort of looks to a man who was stood a little out to the side, a whip-thin rapier at his side, and a thin rapier at his side and a whip at the other hip, deep black. He walks over to the slave and unlocks what ties him to his other companion slaves. And the slave is led out of the building.
Wait. I'll stop. I'll move forward.
Okay, as you come up from the dance floor, you do see that this slave is being led. You didn't see what led to this moment, but you do see the slave being led by what appears to be a slave master outdoors. And you do notice that there is a tear in the slave's eye.
Excuse me, good sir.
Who are you?
I am one of the guests at the ball.
Is that of relevance?
Well, I just wanted to say that I pushed this man by accident with my dancing, and that's why they tripped and fell. Please don't take away the work they
over
have.
there?
I have a very large behind.
Give me a deception check. He looks at you, and this man's duty is to serve his lord. Cannot do so from the floor.
May I
failed in that
guidance
duty.
myself as I
Yeah,
do
sure.
deception?
Sure.
Okay. I'm so nervous. I really wanna succeed. Oh, that is not enough to succeed.
I doubt it. Is it?
The 7.
Oh, no.
I don't even think I have inspiration.
Your country folk pity and what's the word? Sympathy, perhaps, is understood. This matter, it will be dealt with outside of your view.
Lord Sherazai,
Yes.
am I to understand this man of yours is going to be punished?
Punished? No, he'll be removed. He's failed in his duty.
Right.
Could we insight that to
Oh.
see
What do you mean?
Yeah, like removed. Like
removed?
Oh,
yeah.
he's being killed.
yeah, okay. That's what I figured.
Yeah. No, Hennick will work that out pretty quickly.
Yeah. How to say? I don't even want to put on a slightly nicer shirt to come to a party like this evening. I think, as someone who is here and has, maybe you're not excited about it, but you've made the choice to come here and make nice to a certain extent. You might want to respect a bit of the traditions of the place and not treat your folk quite so harshly while you're here.
Give me a persuasion check.
Would
See him think this over
Natasha-
briefly.
would
Natasha, you two are in
get
completely
the
different
advantage?
places.
Oh, okay.
Right,
I thought
okay.
it was with
So-
me.
No, you're near the front door where the
Got it.
slave master has been stopped. Hennick, I need a
15.
fantastic. So as you say this, he sort of looks at you and, well, I suppose we could dispose of him another way. You want him?
I will turn to the king and say, Your Majesty, any trouble to have another subject among the others?
He just briefly shakes his head. Not a problem.
I think he can find a place here if you have no further use of him.
I'm assuming reimbursement will be sent to my estate. The king just immediately says, yes, of course. Of course. Some sort of unknown signal, he like twitches his finger like this. And Natasha, you'll witness the man with the slave immediately turn him round, walk him straight back up to where Hennick is, rechain him, and then hand the lead of the chain to Hennick.
Natasha would follow just because she's like interested
Of
in what's
course.
going to happen.
And as you do so, you will see that Torin and Sebastian are returning from the dance floor, and the lady who was leading Chiavo will gently intercept Torin and Sebastian. Your friend Henrik is currently engaged with the king and diplomat. Perhaps we might stand near the bar where we can hear but not appear to be interfering. And with that, she sort of reaches out and pats Natasha on the shoulder as she walks past. And Miss Eilert, is that correct?
Yes, but I'm
Might
really
I
busy
borrow?
right
Yes,
now.
I know. Come along. It's okay.
No, I'm busy. I need to do something.
I believe you
sorry.
want to watch the results of this. And she nods over to where the slave is arriving at Henrik. We're well within earshot, dear. Come on,
She give me a
appearances.
persuasion check. Just kidding. I'll go with her.
Appearances are everything at one of these balls. By the way, the lady you had the fortune of slapping is the daughter of one of the... Oh, goodness me, I've forgotten their names. They're so irrelevant. The daughter of one of the Malthus family. Excellent aim, Miss Eilert.
Didn't really consider it as slapping.
I'm gonna sort of. Torn will sort of like lean into Natasha and jab her in the rib and say, I thought I saw that. Good shot.
I didn't mean to. It's just, muscle memory. I'm used to doing it, and when we're outside, when I slap you guys.
A most fortunate coincidence. I believe
say
she's
a happy
bruised
little
her
accident?
cheekbone. Indeed. There may even be a tiny little crack in that stupid facade she puts over her own idiocy.
Well, I do have some of her foundation in my wrist.
Right. You comported yourself quite well, Master Belmont. What the fuck
What
is that?
Oh,
what the-
Josh, you need to leave Discord and rejoin.
Is that done?
Holy
I
shit,
think so,
yes.
yeah.
Maybe? Yeah, is that
Yeah,
better?
oh my word.
Yeah. You were giving us sort of
Okay.
noises, but really
Awesome.
loud and high-pitched and horrible.
So,
you-
the meeting call.
You comported yourself quite well, Master Belmont.
Yes, well, one grows accustomed to one's surroundings quickly.
I hear that you quite enjoy a little bit of finery and frippery.
Well, when one can, one will indulge one's wants and needs.
Indeed. Might I encourage you to take one of these? As this tray comes around with another set of red wine. This is bourgeois from local province. It's meant to be excellent. On the border with Cormin. It is rich oaky wine. I understand that you do enjoy your wines. Perhaps you might partake in the vintage?
I surely do. I will take one and swivel it before smelling it.
Anyone
The
else?
oaks are very powerful.
Oh, it is. Anyone else?
I may as well try. Why not?
Torn will
That's
pass.
the worst.
At this moment, Henrik, what exactly do you do when handed a slave?
I say to Lord Sherzai, I say, you see, it's a bit of respect going both ways, and we're doing some trade already. Does this one have any particular trade that he's been trained in?
He sort of looks at you like you're crazy. The slave master will lean over and all of our slaves are trained in the work of body. They also can be used as trained fighters in the pits. They're excellent in works of manual labor and are astute in the arts of tailoring, squiring, serving. Most of them can cook, clean, etc.
Men are respectable talents.
Respectable? You do know he's a slave.
I also cook and clean and do a variety of things. If he can do those things, that's not much difference. But as I said, the trade is concluded, and we'll find something for this young man to earn his keep.
The queen sort of leans in at this moment and And now you see why we invited Master Littlefield to join us in conversation. Wise beyond his years and words he is. Perhaps if all your punished slaves were simply sold off, you might even make a profit, Master Shahrazad. Can't be particularly great for finances to buy slaves and then have them killed because they fell over. But far be it from me to dictate how you should run your estates. Master Littlefield, I understand that, you have some understanding of verse. Well, our bard is about to grace us with a tale.
I would very much like to hear what he has put together.
I believe today it is a Yuan-Ti fairy tale. A story of honor amongst brothers. Master Shahrazad, you had brothers once, didn't you? Master Shahrazad looks sort of, purses his lips and says, Indeed, my lady, 3 elder brothers. Wouldn't they have been heir to your title? Indeed they would, if they hadn't all so unfortunately fell prone to accident shortly before my arising. Accidents happen at all sorts of places, don't you think? It's such a tragedy. I hear that, one of Lord Lagon's guards upon the road fell prone to an accident. I believe he fell in a knife 26 times.
That's
I
right.
guess someone would say he had it coming, but I wouldn't make that assumption.
We certainly wouldn't want to be blaming people for accidents, and I'll pat the arm of the slave who just was nearly killed for an accident.
Mm-hmm. Yes, accidents happen all the time, but perhaps we can make it through this evening without any furthers. Well, should we listen to your provincial bard give his speech? And with that, the music comes to a stop. And Damocles sort of stands. Ladies, gentlemen, lords, ladies, mistresses, madams, sirs, and men. Perhaps I might do you the honour today of sharing with you a tale gathered from our friends across the border. Well, sometimes in times of war, it can be sad to see our friends fall at the blade. Perhaps it is important occasionally to remember that they, like us, have tales of their own. Let me tell you a tale. No, you anti-folk tales. Once upon a time, there was a great speaker Everard Tsarovich, sorry. Speaker Tsarovich sent his 3 sons in search of a mystical, magical firebird with golden feathers, known to some as the phoenix, but others as the flame bird. This flame bird was said to have many mystical talents, one of which was that his tears could heal. The youngest son, Ivan Tsarovich, suffered a serious setback at the very start of his journey. During his rest, his horse was eaten by a wolf. There are often many wolves about, as you all know. The young man was so upset that even as the wolf took pity on him and offered its help. Thus Ivan goes in search of the firebird astride a grey wolf. And, thanks to its cunning, great mind, the prince finds not only the firebird, but his love. Salmissa the Beautiful. Salmissa the Beautiful, of course, belonged to another king. But as some of you may know, it is not particularly unusual for a man of foreign soil to take that which does not belong to him. Or perhaps claim ownership of something that was never truly his. Nevertheless, as customs can be misunderstood, Ivan Tsarovich, in the form of his people, believed that to abduct a princess was merely to show his care and his love in the most passionate way possible. He took the Lady Salmissa astride his wolf and left with post haste. His brothers attempted to capture him, but the great nose of the cunning wolf smelled trouble long before it came. And upon the road spoke he, Ivan Tsarevich, to the common folk, showing his wonderful, beautiful mistress, and displaying her most elegant talents. He allowed her to be seen by the commons. This was not a usual practice in his ways, but the common folk came to love him. Because of this, so they warned him of the trickery of his brothers. Upon the road, a simple stable folk would stop him and say, "Your brother has laid trap for you in the town nearby. Take another route." And so he proceeded to his castle without setback. At which point he said unto the common folk, in exchange for their generosity, generosity he would give. And to each of them he invited to eat and drink at his feast. In this way, Ivan Tsarevich showed both honor and kindness in return. 2 years later, the king from whom he took Salmissa the Beautiful, misunderstanding customs we would expect, partook in a raid to retrieve his wife. Despite the lack of success in this raid, the young lady Salmissa the Beautiful was slain. For hundreds of years, a blood feud ensued between the two men. Until a common man asked one of the kings as he walked upon the road, "For what do you war, Your Majesty?" Which his Majesty replied, "Frankly, son, I'm not sure I know anymore." And with that, he sued for peace. One could see the moral to this story as being show kindness and honor, or do not misunderstand one's customs. But I prefer the simpler message. When there are frightening deeds at hand, and we have a task, there is always a wolf in the room. With that, he takes his bow, and the music begins to play. It's probably not going to play that if we're being realistic. And as the music begins to play, the Lord Shahrazai sort of looks at Mr. Littlefield. "Your queen says you like a tale. Is it fair to say that some tales are weightier than others?"
I think that's certainly the case, although wisdom can be found in the smallest story.
Sometimes, in the forest, you are not a predator, you are prey.
Well, you see, that's where I actually take a bit of a departure from young Bard over there. To me, the whole story happens in the first moment. When that man, that youngest son, spends all his effort caring about his horse and wins over the wolf.
And how apt that is you would not know. Unless you knew, of course, that when I am in my own city, I am carried upon a palanquin. And my bearers are these men. And he gestures towards the slaves. Do you know what they call me in my land, Master Littlefield?
I don't give too much ear to titles, but if you'd like to let me know.
Well, it might show perhaps some understanding, and perhaps even more related to us the understanding of your tale. They call me the Wolf of the West. Perhaps I have been tempted to understand you better, given your baying over my horse. And again, perhaps I haven't. This wine is shit. Can you get me something better, please? Turns to the slave. Looks back at you. Perhaps, we could give you a second gift Master Hennick. Far be it from you to only have one slave in your entourage, don't you think?
Well, we'll see how long the status applies, but what did you have in mind?
Perhaps, as in the stories, we shall allow you to perceive the beauty. The Lady of Sharazai. I believe it is our time to show a custom.
Well, I leave that to the decorum of the situation, which I simply do not know very well.
He sort of makes a couple of inquiries, and after a moment the bard stops. And we have a wonderful gift. Master Sharazai says that his wife dances. Let us enjoy the spectacle. At this moment, the concubine, the lady who was in black gauze, and the queen, or Lady Sharazai, who was dressed in the diamond veil, if you remember, take the stage and begin what you could only describe as an erotic dance. The queen looks rather uncomfortable. And the king leans down to you and... I think this might be an appropriate time for me to excuse myself. Feel free to... make your skip when you are ready.
Well, now I think shaking things up a little bit in a way that don't hurt anyone is probably the least of the problems that this man has brought us.
She's rather beautiful, don't you think? And with this, is sort of as the veils part every now and again, you do see that both the Lady Sharazai and the concubine are startling beauties. Though they do look conspicuously similar. Who knows? As after a while, the Master Sharazai says, "Well, I hope you enjoy the dance. I'm going to go to the table and get myself some food, I guess." And with that, the slaves begin to sort of move with him. You notice this really awkward sort of... The slave chain is not quite moving correctly because it's uneven numbers. And after a moment, he stops and says something. And the slave master strikes the bonds from the person who was opposite the other slave. And the slave is led by the slave master to Natasha. And he pushes the slave down to his knees and hands you the cord, Natasha. "My lord says that you might find this gift appropriate." And then he just lets go of the cord, whether you take it or not, turns and walks away.
I'll unattach the cord from the person.
Mm-hmm. It would seem that both of you have a slave.
I'm so sorry they treated you like this. It's no way to refer to a human being.
Kim says something very quietly. Give me an insight check, Natasha.
Sure.
He says, "My body, my life."
Got a 19.
You may assume that he has consigned the service of his body and life to you, but not as a slave, but as a debt. Like you've saved his life and he owes you a blood debt.
I'll grab his hand and I'll put it against his chest.
His chest, right? Okay.
Like that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like symbolize.
What you did, I was like, that's going to be looked at strangely.
I'm trying to symbolize how I would do it on myself, basically. I'll put it against his chest and it says, "You don't owe me any debts. I only did the right thing."
He stands perfectly, attention behind you, 2 steps back to the right. No matter how friendly you are to him, he will again return to that position afterwards. And you will notice that the slave is doing the same for Hennick.
Yeah, who I will also have unbound, of course.
Of course.
Not
But at this
I didn't
moment...
want to do it immediately in the conversation, but
No,
as soon
of
as
course.
Sharazai walks away.
Yeah. At this particular moment, the group of you notice a little bit of a kerfuffle going on to the right. On one of the balconies.
Oh, what's going on?
As you, I'm assuming, are all going to wander over just to see what's happening, because why not?
Yeah, why not?
You will notice
Obviously.
that a bodyguard of the Landsmiths and a bodyguard of the Embercrests stand with their dueling canes drawn at the center of a circle of nobles who are watching. You can sort of nose your way in a little bit, but Chiavo and Torin will be able to tell you what's happening as they can see over the crowd. And these two men pull their dueling canes, they bow to each other, and they proceed to attempt to beat each other to death. After about 20 seconds, one of the lords turns to, probably Torin, to be fair, and says, a gold on the Landsmith, gent.
I'm not taking bets, I'm sorry, but is this a normal proceeding during...
No, but of course. Master Landsmith's honor was insulted when Master... Shit, I can't remember the name of the other family. Embercrest, was that correct?
Yeah,
It is now.
Embercrest.
Great. Master Embercrest insinuated that his wife was of lesser breeding. The insult could, of course, only be retorted with violence, but us lords, we don't comport in violence between ourselves, so their bodyguards are dueling for the honor.
Lauren, did I just overhear that correctly?
To
Yes,
the
lady,
death.
you did. To the death. Well, what other duel is there?
perhaps a duel to first blood?
Well, that's kind of boring, don't you think? One might get lucky and accidentally, you know. First stab does not dictate a fight.
Sebastian is gonna walk off. It's a bit unsavory.
Is there a torch nearby?
Sorry, what was that, Natasha?
Is there a torch nearby?
There are torches burning up on the walls.
Alright, Natasha's gonna dance like around the area where they're fighting, like really like hyperly, and knock a torch into a ground or like into a curtain.
Oh, you're going to attempt to create a distraction. Yeah.
Look at each other like,
Oh,
this isn't normal.
Yeah, some of the guards will come up and deal with it. The bodyguards continue to beat each other to death.
Yeah, I'll trip into the bodyguards, and I'll say,
Oh, you're going to try and break through the
"There's a
circle.
Fire!
Go
There's a
ahead.
fire!
Go ahead and give me a.
Yeah, I'll cast Shield of Faith on myself just in case.
I'm somewhere between a persuasion check and a strength check. How is Natasha trying to do this? Is she trying to be graceful and step gently through the people, or is she going to shove
no.
straight through?
She's just knocked the torch, so she's clearly dancing very wildly.
Okay, go ahead and give me a strength check then.
May I guidance as well? Yeah, these just aren't working today. Every time I try to stop people from doing evil, I got a 6.
Yeah, you'll find sort of two of the other bodyguards of the lords sort of step elbows in the way, and until it's finished, it's appropriate to not let go through. If you find it distasteful, you can always go and get yourself a drink.
What is wrong with you people? And I'll say this very loudly.
A lady comes and sort of nods to you. Miss Eilert, correct?
Yes.
You're finding the customs here a little strange and difficult to deal with?
You're barbaric.
Who's barbaric?
This is not okay. How can you just...
You find dancing barbaric?
No, the bodyguards, they're killing each other.
Oh, well, that's what they do, isn't it? That's what we pay them for.
You can't put a price in people's lives. That's not how life works.
The bodyguards accept the payment and the job. They know what's in it for them.
Because that is how you've established society. You are the people with money. You dictate what they do. Of course they think that's okay.
Of course not. He could sign up as a mercenary and get himself killed by a bandit instead. Or a guard and get himself killed by a thief.
I hate rich people.
Be that as it
she'll
may, I
walk
don't
off
suppose,
slightly.
Oh, okay.
She'll start walking off. But what does she say?
I was just wondering if you were interested in, joining us for a contest. A little more friendly.
Will it stop that? And
No.
she'll point at the people that are fighting.
No, not at all.
Then
is
why
elsewhere.
bother?
Very well. He shrugs her shoulders at you. You do you. One of the sort of nobles starts speaking to Levistus, and you'll notice, Torin, that Levistus does place a bet upon one of the fighters. And indeed, it is only a couple of minutes later, with a violent blow, it catches him in the back of the dueling cane, right through the eye. And the landsmith gentleman lies dead. And a pouch of gold or silver perhaps, is handed to Levistus. Behind you. You're muted.
Thorin will approach Levistus and say,
Levistus has spent the entire night literally a foot behind you to the right.
Okay. Levistus,
Mm-hmm.
you condone this behavior?
I profit from it. I don't condone it. Though you'll recall from your father's teachings, I'm sure, that in the Dragonborn land, a duel over one's honor is a most sacred thing, and it is usually to the death. The practice of having somebody else do it for
but
us.
it has been usually between the parties at hand, not innocent
Indeed.
men.
Well, yes, they are innocent in a sense, but at the same sense, they do sign up for it. I have been called upon to duel in a master's honor before.
And the results?
Alive.
That's good for you, young man, but
I do agree with
perhaps
you. It is better to fight for one's own honor than for someone else's, but it is just another form of soldiering, in my opinion. And besides, the landsmith was a fairly incompetent fighter for a paid bodyguard.
Nevertheless, Levistus, it's a barbaric act.
I'll refrain from any more betting upon people's lives during the course of this party.
Thank you, young man.
There are some more friendly contests if you wish to partake.
What kind of friendly contests,
Well,
Levistus?
there's a dance-off shortly, after which it's usually customary to the younger nobles to join, and the single nobles most especially, to join in a drinking contest or a strength contest, or both if you prefer. There's the gambling tables, of course.
Well, I seem to have lost my taste for dancing, but perhaps a stiff drink is in order.
Mhm.
And I'll go and I'll grab. Torn will probably go and grab Natasha
Mhm.
and sort of like grab her by the arm and like lean in and say, "Let's go for a drink, Natasha."
Okay.
When can we leave? I hate this place.
We are representing Lagon. We must keep up appearances.
At
We wait
this-
on Hennick's word.
At this moment, a particular lady sort of leans over. She's quite well dressed, but not with a horse on her shoulder. And she turns to Hennick. You, young man, the oysters are not properly seasoned. Can you go and check on them?
I suppose I could. I don't know where they might be at.
In the kitchens. She sort of gestures through the door she just came through.
I'll just go look.
Great. I love that. Clearly, as you turn, she does see the horse on your shoulder. And she's like... She sort of hesitates for a moment, but given your willingness, she just lets you go. She has now realized that maybe you weren't the servant she thought you were, but... Well, have fun in there. Hennick, as you go in, you see a veritable plethora of people attempting to make different foods and drinks, and indeed, eventually you'll find your way over to the oysters. They seem to be soaking in champagne. Nice.
Okay. What did she say? They weren't seasoned well enough or something? I can't
Yes,
remember what
you notice a row of sort of salts, peppers, garlics, herbs, etc. Go ahead and give me a cooking check, see if you can
she said. Sure.
make them better.
Not by much. 11.
11. You sort of add some things that you think might be nice. It's fair to say that you probably have made them a hell of a lot tastier, but to a more sort of country folks' tongue than these noble idiots who like everything to be bland. And at that moment, there's a sort of little announcement outside, and the rest of you will hear it. As the dance-off is to begin. The dance-off is to begin. Anybody who would like to participate, the dance-off is to begin. The winner will be receiving the traditional prize of the dancing slippers and a purse.
I'll enter the dance off.
Kiava? Dance-off?
Well, there are two problems with this.
Mm-hmm.
First, my already low appetite for dancing after such a distasteful display as this duel is giving me a solid no on a dance. And the other problem is I can't wear slippers, can I?
No, but the purse is 500 gold pieces.
True. But no, because I will still not be able to manage.
I am.
Go on, Henrik.
So I would like to first, real quick, return to that whoever that lady was with a tray of the oysters.
Yes, she appears to be the head serving maid.
Oh, okay. I would say she was the servant lady. I was thinking she was one of the noble ladies asking for something.
Nope,
Sorry.
nope. She was the head serving lady. Yeah.
Then forget that.
Okay. Was there a secondly? Or
Yeah. Well, because I was going to say to her, like, try these and see if they're any better, and if you don't like it, do it better next time yourself. But anyway, because I'm busy, because I'm going to go into this dance thing.
oh, fantastic! Torin and Natasha, they do announce that the purse is 500 gold pieces.
I'll shoot a look at Natasha and sort of raise an eyebrow.
Have an idea. Everyone is going to be watching, right?
I suppose it is the event at the moment. What do you have? What do you have in
I'm
mind?
really nervous, but I want to make a point. These people here, they're just so delusional about real struggles and what's actually happening out there. It's like they're jarred.
Perhaps, though, the point you could make would just be joining in with what they think is important. If you're going to try to convince folk to give up slavery and dueling to the death, and they can't convince you to take part in a dance contest, that does seem rather unbalanced.
Henrik, did you miss me dancing just an hour ago?
I understand. I'm just saying that maybe the point is one that doesn't necessarily have to draw so much attention to itself. You don't have to make a scene to make a point.
So we should just stay quiet and fit in.
I think if one of us country folk were to win this contest, these people might look at something differently.
I also like to think, Natasha, that the work that we do outside of the palace walls have done more for the denizens of Jostin than any of these people have ever done in their entire reigns.
Sure. I'll take part in the dance-off.
What the? Oh, James, this song.
Get yourself on stage. Let's hear it. I'll start with Sebastian. As you weave your way onto the stage with the dancer.
Yes.
It's a solo dancer.
During that conversation, Sebastian has just been thinking that you guys are awfully judgy. That's fine. What was you saying?
What are you doing on the dance floor to try and...
Oh, I have to describe how I'm dancing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, amazing.
You're choosing your modifier for your D20 by your description, by the way.
Okay, and it's to this music.
It is.
Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna shitty music to dance to.
I couldn't resist it. I saw Dancing in the Moonlight, the bard version.
To
Yeah.
the rhythm of the song, I'm gonna be doing the cha-cha slide, mixed in with also the Macarena, the song that's like, hey.
Yes, Sejure's Last Ketchup, yes.
And also the Saturday night song, Saturday
Yes.
night.
In other words, you're using traditional line dancing, correct?
And I'll do some
YMCA?
line dancing. I'll do the Running Man, the Sprinkler.
Okay. Roll me your D20. Subtract 2.
Why?
Because you look ridiculous. Torin, did you descend to the dance floor?
No, I was going to sit out this one, just sort of
Okay,
watch them, beer in hand.
Chiavo, did you descend to the dance floor?
Absolutely not.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna use my DM inspiration to roll again.
With advantage. Natasha.
So before Natasha goes up, she's going to look at Henrik and say, and just so you know, Henrik, I have no interest in fitting in with people that judge you by what you're wearing. And she'll make her way to the dance floor.
Wearing
And
clothing
as the
that makes her blend in beautifully, yes.
Exactly. She will stand there and she's going to rip part of her skirt. to reveal scars, and I'm just gonna point at them and say, "Do you see these scars? I didn't get them from dancing at ballrooms. I got them for fighting out there instead of judging people and abusing them and utilizing power to make them feel lesser than. How'd you like that for a dance?"
A couple of people sort of look at you askance, and they just turn their backs and carry on dancing.
You can see Natasha's like visibly shaking, like...
Yeah. After a few moments, a sort of large, buxom lady comes over to you, and it's really not the way to win their attentions. Besides, lots of the men do indeed engage in fighting. If you want to make a point, perhaps we might do it at court through politics. It's usually the best way to get things done.
Yeah, as I'm dancing on the dance floor and she bursts out like that, I'm just gonna be like, "It's awfully presumptuous, Natasha, to say those things and think those things."
Well, be that as it may.
Natasha will look at like the line of slaves, the bodyguards killing each other on behalf of the people that pays them, and say, "Yes, absolutely presumptuous, Sebastian."
The one thing you
Because
do have to
the blood
remember,
running is yeah.
Bruno, is that Natasha will have witnessed some of these behaviours. Not to this extent, not to this extreme, of course, but you do have to remember that it is medieval times. It's not quite as barbarically unseen as you might be thinking.
I think what's bothering more, because don't get me wrong, as me, I wish I could just be playing games like vibing and living my bard fantasy, but I feel like Natasha's very much like, why are people so blasé about this?
Yeah, I understand that, but just do bear in mind, she will have witnessed this sort of behaviour before, you know. People will have been killed in duels outside the inn that she's grown up in, you know. She might not have liked it, but it still would have happened.
I guess she saw that as like more fair, because
they're fighting for their own honour.
You know what I mean? And here, it's like, most of these people, like the slaves have no choice. The bodyguards, yes, they accepted that, but that's because that's the system they were brought into. That, like, the power relationship was already set for them to have to do that.
That's
So-
Sure. But be that as it may, little attention is paid to your debacle. Henrik,
Yeah, I guess.
what are we pulling on the dance floor?
Well, so is it just the bard by himself playing?
There's a bard and a small group. Oh, sorry. There's a small group of other people playing sort of backup instruments. I believe the bard is currently on the flute.
I see. So I will just sort of, you know, like, this is common in movies with these kind of things, right? Like, kind of talk to the band for a second, get them to like sort of slightly change up what they're playing, and grab one of their drums and sort of play them a little beat out a little bit, because I also have hand drum proficiency, and use the bardcraft to sort of continue that as I leave it behind, and use my invisible mage hand to take like a lute or something that is sitting there and sort of hover that in front of me, and I'm going to do a very country dance, right? But I'm going to do it as though my partner is the lute and it is being hovered in space around me. So it's like really simplistic and bumblefucky, you know, but fancy at the same time.
Go ahead and give me a performance check. No, sorry, a regular d20. Plus... We'll give you a +4 for that. It's not the Macarena. Come on, it's a little more to their tastes.
So the graphic version of the die is very cracked on the screen, but the numbers came out a 20.
Nice.
Natural 20.
A natural 20. Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, so you have tied.
Ooh-wee.
You have tied with someone. Across from you see, veiled in black, almost sheer, with diamonds all over it. This woman is doing this amazing twirling. Her entire outfit seems to be designed for the purpose of dancing. You saw her dance earlier, but this is a little more free. She's not dancing with her lady, she's dancing on her own. She is clearly renowned for her dancing. But the bard's eye is captured by your quaint tale. And at the end of the track, he sort of... I declare it a hung contest. May the purse be split, and a pair of slippers be commissioned to both of our guests. And with that, the sort of veiled lady spins, and her gauze sort of goes round, and she moves up towards you, and she puts a courtly bow to you. And as she stands, Your dancing is impressive, young halfling, but I was more impressed by your performance with my master.
Well, it's good to hear, as that's the part I take more seriously myself.
And
Are you all right to return with him and all of that?
She laughs. He's my father.
Nevertheless, my father's not around here.
I have a duty. And it has its privileges.
Fair enough.
With a russeting of more diamonds, she takes the purse and she walks over towards the man that was handed to Natasha, the slave. She puts the gold in his hands. Walks over to her father.
Sorry.
The other
just to
pouch is
clarify,
handed to Henrik, just to clarify.
Is that her father?
The Master Sharazai, the Lord, the slave
Is her
master, is her father. Yeah, the
And
slave
she
is
gave
just
the money
to the slave.
to the man that I freed.
Yes.
Well, but
It was handed to you to be freed, yes.
I'll look over at Henrik. And I think we're slightly far away from each other, aren't we?
He's down on the dance floor. And you are also on the dance floor, but a little way the other side. The dancers
Henrik,
moved a little
are you
way from
looking at
your
me?
debacle.
Are you
I
looking
look at
her?
everything.
I'll kind of mouth. What is this about? Like, why?
I think I'll sort of come over close enough. I think we've learned with a couple of different peoples now that no group is a monolith.
You kind of see Natasha like kind of taking that very introspectively and going silent for a few seconds before she gets back to you and says, maybe you're right. Maybe I've given everyone the benefit of the doubt except people that am carrying shiny garments. Maybe I was blinded by the shine. I still don't like this place, but I'll give it to you.
Not a fan myself. If this helps us do the stuff that we need to do, so be it.
Well, perhaps we don't have to fit in, but I remember growing up in Sandringham, we always had our little dances. Would you like to dance, Henrik? Like we used to in Sandringham?
I would be delighted. It may have done well for the crowd, but that loot really isn't much of a partner.
Here we go, the country folk doing the little country dances.
Yeah, there's some country folk dancing going on, and after a while, there is a drinking contest taking place. Would anybody like to partake?
I'm already there.
Beautiful. Kiavo?
Yes.
Drinking contest? You in?
Whether or not Kiabo wants to come, I'm just going to
Incredibly
grab him and
intoxicated,
drag him with me anyway. Yeah.
You can move over there. Currently you're 2 drinks down, so you do have it will affect your rolls, but it'll be alright for now.
Come on, Kiabo. It's all in good fun.
I would rather be coherent enough to not make an absolute fool of myself later, if that's okay with you.
When you hear the
You
rules,
must-
you may be able to partake without partaking, if that makes sense.
Okay, let's hear.
So, placed upon the table are 4 jugs. The first jug contains the Light-Hearted. It is a light grape-based drink that is pleasant and iced and very tasty. It is worth 1 point. There is, second along, there is the Bull's Blood, which is a deep red drink. I will allow you all to partake if you wish. It is post-dancing. There is the Bull's Blood, a deep red drink, a little stronger in heft, worth 2 points. Third along is an almost iced over blue drink, which Torin will recognize from his homeland, which is usually made by the dragons. It's called the Frosty Heart. Sorry, by the Dragonborns. And lastly in line is a drink made by the Fire Genasi, simply called Carnage. worth 4 points. Each time you step up to the table, you may take a drink of whichever you please. The objective is to get to 20 points without falling unconscious or throwing up.
Torin will immediately go for the Frosty Heart.
Okay, the rules are pasted into the chat. Is anybody sitting out of this? Is anybody not partaking?
Yeah, I think I've had my focus for a little bit here.
I also am not sure Henrik has any chance of winning a drinking contest. As it does say, small creatures gain disadvantage on their rolls. If you count it as a small creature, I'm afraid you do get disadvantage on your rolls. You don't get advantage for being large, though you do get advantage for being dwarven. That's there. Would Sebastian be partaking?
What kind of saving throw is it?
Yes. It's a drinking saving throw.
So we don't have modifiers.
Oh, you have modifiers. It's just I'll reveal them after you've decided whether you want to get drunk.
Yeah, I'll participate.
Great. That's what we like to hear. So, Chiavo, Natasha, Torin, and Sebastian, you will find that you have 4 opponents standing on the other side. The first is... Go on.
Is that DC for inebriation? Basically to see how drunk we get.
You'll find out shortly.
Okay.
I didn't mean to paste the DCs out, actually, to be fair. I just forgot they were part of the list there. Your 4 opponents are a very large gentleman in a doublet that is far too tight for him. He has greasy hair pulled down to the side. Oh, I see. That is not going to work for this. No, that's just plain cheating, and there's a reward, so, you know.
Right.
So, the second opponent is an incredibly dainty lady, who Torin will immediately recognize as Lady Edina. Yes, she
Torin will
once
sort of bashfully wave at her.
she once put her leg on his shoulder and pushed him against a wall. With
She's the one to watch for.
The third is a sort of fairly unassuming fellow. He looks a little bulky, but nothing much. And the fourth in line is a halfling. This halfling sort of has a moustache that is almost the size of his face. Otherwise, you know, tis what tis. As you step up, I will let Torin go first. Torin, which drink would you like to take?
Ooh, I'll grab the Frosty Heart and say, I grew up drinking this stuff.
Okay, it's a Constitution saving throw. Which I'm sure Sebastian probably knew anyway. Go ahead and give me your con save.
That's a 21.
You take a big swig. You feel alright. Second up to the pot is Chiavo. Chiavo, give me a con
That's
save
definitely-
before you start. Because you are
Yes.
2 drinks in, not 1.
Yeah.
So give me your con save before you even pick up a drink.
Okay. Well, okay, that's a 6.
Great. Okay, you will have a -2 to all your saving throws. Which drink would you like?
Well, that was going to be the light-hearted. There's absolutely nothing else. That's...
Great. Go ahead and give me a second con save. Sebastian, give me a con save.
Yeah, that con save's going to be a no.
Okay.
That's a 16.
Okay. Yeah, you're feeling all right. Which drink are you going for?
I'll go for the bull's blood.
Okay, fantastic. Yep. Go ahead.
I can't save.
Yes, please.
It's a 14.
A 14 is an exact success. You may gain 2 points. And Natasha, what are you drinking?
Cross my fingers, cast resistance, and say, "May the thunder guide me through this hangover." I will, looking at Torin, choosing a Frosty Heart. Natasha's going to follow the lead, and I'm going to drink a Frosty Heart too.
Okay. Go ahead and give me your con save.
Finally, I'm rolling well. I got a 17. I won't use my resistance yet.
17 is a success. That is 3 points. Okay.
Should we keep track? Jay?
I'm keeping track. It's okay. Oh, bugger me. My pen's not working. Neither pen? Really? Maybe it's the notebook that's not working.
That's not a sentence I expected to hear. What the fuck?
No, but I think it's like the notebook is over a certain place and like it's not writing properly. You know, sometimes paper does that.
Oh.
Okay. The halfling will step up and take a light-hearted. He fails his con save. The big bulky gentleman goes to the carnage. He takes a massive swig. You see, he looks a bit queasy and green. You see 12s on the spot. The unassuming fellow at the end goes to the bull's blood. And that's success. He takes a swing. It's good. The lady Adina looks over at Torin. And she walks straight up to the frost breath. She toasts him gently. And then she takes a swig. She seems alright. We return to the top of the line, Torin. What's it going to be? Muted.
I'm going to stick with the old Frosty Heart, I think.
Fantastic. Go ahead and give me a second con save.
Five.
Fail, I'm afraid. You'll have -2 to your future con saves. Chiavo?
Mhm.
What are you drinking?
None. I am going to tap out now because
Galbo
I think it's a
steps
terrible
straight out.
idea.
The halfling
And-
looks over, and as soon as he sees you surrender, you see him sigh with relief and comes and stands next to you. Perhaps it's better for the watching, eh?
I would rather keep my senses about me for the rest of the night, so that's
It's too late for me.
sensible
And he toasts you, and as he toasts you, like half his drink spills over the edge,
Oh,
and and then he drinks from the empty glass that he's got. You can see he's beyond wasted.
Can I signal over to someone to get him some water?
You
Get the
signal
poor
over
man
to a
some
waitress, and she doesn't even get him some water. She just sort of leads him to the water. And he looks over to you and goodbye, Caviar.
See you
And
next time.
off he rolls. You two are out. Okay, Sebastian, what are you drinking?
And I will leave this to Torin and his
Oh, sorry, Natasha and Sebastian.
Yeah.
We still got numbers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sebastian, what are you drinking?
I'm gonna go one up and go for the Frosty Heart.
Okay, go ahead and give me your con save. Bear in mind, you will have a. No, you don't have a -2.
No, I'm at
No, you're
disadvantage
fine. Why are you at disadvantage? That shouldn't be a
because
thing.
I'm a small creature.
Oh, yes, you're at disadvantage. Yes, sorry. I forgot you were a small creature as well. Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
gonna use one of my lucky die.
Lucky die is a DM inspiration. This is what they're used for.
That's an 18.
An 18 is a
Oh,
success.
yeah.
You may stick another 3 points in there. Natasha?
Natasha's actually going to go a drink down because she's just kind of trying to drink to forget most of what happened tonight because she's rather upset. So I'm going to go for a bull's blood this time.
Okay. Con save, please.
Oh, that's lovely. I got a 15.
Cool. Success. The sort of huge fellow looks over and grabs another carnage. He's now rolling at disadvantage with a -2 to all his rolls. And that is a -4 on his save. He sort of bites it. He looks over and I can't wait. He still gets the points. He hasn't thrown up yet. The unassuming fellow sort of nods over to the two of you, Adina and Torin, and takes from the Frosty Heart. Success. And Adina looks at you. Torin, I believe you took another Frosty Heart, was that correct?
I did.
She will do the same. She toasts you. She smiles. Torin!
I'm gonna have to do the same. I'll take another Frosty Heart, and this time I'll tip her a cheers.
Okay.
Sort of give her a bashful smile.
Go ahead and give me a con save. And -2, remember.
Yes. Oh, that's an awful fail.
as you sort of take him out and you're almost, you're sort of, you are now at disadvantage and you are under the poisoned condition.
Ooh.
Okay. Next up is Sebastian.
I'm gonna up the ante once again and take a carnage.
Okay. Go ahead and give me your con save at disadvantage. Can you get a 20 on a disadvantaged con save?
My modifier is nothing, so
So you
if
need
I
a
get
nat
a
20,
20
on disadvantage. Great. We'd love to see that.
well, I have a lucky die too.
Yes. You still need to roll nat 20.
That's a nat 20.
Great. You're still in. You're a little behind in
I'm
points. but-
not, because I need to roll at disadvantage. So I
Oh,
need to
right.
get
Yes. You need another nat 20. Yes. Of course.
I would like to use one of my lucky die.
To roll a nat 20, yeah.
If I
Can
do
I
it
point
once,
out,
I
Sebastian,
can
you're
do it
currently
again.
11 points away from victory.
Yeah, no, that's not
Okay. I need a straight con save, please. DC 14.
17.
Okay, cool. You are still in. You are rolling with disadvantage. You are rolling with a -2 to all con saves. Okay. The huge gentleman steps. Oh, sorry, Natasha. Natasha, what are you drinking? You have missed somebody.
Do I still get a point if I fail the save?
Yeah.
Oh.
It just puts you down the list, and eventually, if you're unconscious or throwing up, then you're out.
Oh, but I'll still get the points.
Yeah, you get the points. So this is the big guy is hoping that he's gonna finish the points before he passes
outlast
out on the
us,
floor.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so I think seeing how the competition is getting so hyped, I'm gonna go for a carnage.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, I know.
This will put you even on points with Tor and Sebastian.
I know.
Go ahead, give me a con save. No guidance. Great, fantastic. Natasha's going strong. You can see all this tasting she's done over the beer barrel in the inn has really helped her out. The big gent steps up, takes a carnage. He pours it, but he misses his face, and it all goes down his shoulder. The judge says, "I'm sorry, but that doesn't count," and passes him another glass. He looks up, takes it. That is a -6. He gets halfway through his glass and he just passes out backwards on the floor. He is out. He did get a lot of points though. He got himself to 12 points. Pretty quickly. The unassuming noble fellow walks up, takes a glass of carnage, looks at Natasha.
Can I help you, sir?
To you. I liked what you did with the dress on the dance floor.
Thank you, good sir.
Dana
Thank
steps
you.
up, grabs a frosty heart as per Torin, goes Tim, and joins you all on 9 points. Torin, you up the ante or stick with the frost breath?
I think for this last, I'm gonna stick with the frost breath for now. But what I wanted to do before even taking a sip, I sort of want to utter under my breath, "Oh, Bahamut, help me!" And I'd like to try to cast Lesser Restoration to at least end the poisoned condition on me.
I love it. You can do that. That's brilliant. Wait, do you have the components?
No components needed, I don't think.
Oh, never mind. That's yeah, you'll find. Carry on. That's the Sandra.
Yeah.
That's my Tuesday campaign where there's components.
Okay. And I will make my con check at a -2 and disadvantage, right?
No, disadvantage comes from the poison condition.
Oh, okay. Well then, regardless.
Actually, I don't think it does, but
Isn't it?
I mean, in
Give you
terms- I think in
disadvantage on
terms
all
of the
ability
game.
checks?
I think it's attack rolls and ability checks on poison. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Oh, because it's this.
Saving throws.
to say-
Oh yes, this is disadvantage to saving
It's a made-up
throws
game,
and the
run it how
poison
you want.
condition. No,
We
it
can
is.
loop it in. I
It
like
is.
the
It
idea.
is disadvantage to saving throws and the poison condition. Yeah. It's made up, but not by me, Joe. You see. So I'll check their rules.
with a -2, that'll be a 5.
Okay, I need a straight con save.
Here we go. And
Still a -2.
11.
Oh,
Oh, a straight con save or like with
that was
with
a
the
straight.
con, with my
that was a
modifier?
straight con save, but yeah, your con save with your modifier, but then like
So 14. It'd be 14.
yeah, and then with your -2, it's a 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. Which is exactly what you... Well, 11's what you need, actually. So you take it, and, like, you feel that sort of moment at the back of your throat where there's, like, a rise. But you sort of... You sort of angrily swallow. You're still in. Torin ascends to 12 points. Sebastian.
With prestidigitation, would I be able to put an illusion over a real thing?
No, you'd need to have illusion, minor illusion.
No. You create a non-magical
Image, yes.
illusionary image that can fit in your hand.
No, it's not going to be enough of like a proper illusion. Otherwise, prestidigitation would negate the need for minor illusion. Yeah, it's just to sort of leave a mark, leave a light, etc. Besides, if you start casting, people are going to start asking questions.
Not
Which
if they don't know that I'm casting.
True, Torin managed to pull it off. But I go
I
ahead
try
and
to
give me
disguise it a little bit as like.
go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check with disadvantage.
$19.
You what? All right, fair enough. Yeah, you're able to do it. You're able to get this image over it.
What?
You're able to get an image over it.
Okay, yeah. So I'll take the carnage, but the image over it will be of an empty glass while like fake drink it.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. No saving throw needed. You are able to. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, just give me a second. There we go. Yep, you're able to neck the carnage, and everybody thinks that you have.
By the way, the way I'm casting it without doing anything is using one of the charges on the orb. Yeah.
I know. Yep. Natasha.
I know you told me it won't work, but I've been meaning to do this since literally you gave it to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pull the tankard of sobriety and I'm gonna drink from it. Just
Okay, you're going to attempt to put it in your tankard of sobriety. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh, can I not just pour it in?
You can. Like, if you do it obviously, they're going to stop you. But if you can do it on the sly...
Maybe I'm gonna save it for another opportunity. I'm gonna go for a carnage.
Okay.
Again, because I feel like I'm the less drunk person here.
You're
so
also... It's the only way you'll stay in the lead, yeah.
even if I get drunk now. And I still got my resistance. Okay, so that's a 14. Even with my resistance, it won't get it up. Yeah, like I thought.
That's
So
a
it's
fail.
14.
So you'll be rolling with -2 to your future saving throws.
-2.
The unassuming noble steps up, looks at the scores, takes a carnage. And that's a nat 1. That is a critical failure.
Uh-oh.
He goes very green and begins to sway. He has taken 2 failures, so he's failed on both levels. Adina looks at the scoreboard, looks at Torin. She goes towards the frost breath and then she sort of smiles. As she gets there, she puts her right hand out and picks up the carnage. And exit.
And immediately regrets her decision?
No.
Wow.
She just smiles. Torin, you're 1 point behind the leaders.
Oof. Okay, I'm gonna look over at Hennick actually. I'm assuming that he's sort of like nearby watching, and I'll sort of I'll sort of mouth like a, how many points do I need to win?
8.
Assuming that he's been like taking a tally.
Yeah.
Probably. You're 8 away.
Yeah. And then I'll look back over at Adina and grab a carnage.
Great. We love that. Go ahead and make a con save. With disadvantage, with a -2.
Here comes the double nat 20, everybody. Damn it.
Oh no.
That was
It is
not a bad
not
roll.
a critical failure, however, so you will still maintain your DC 11 and need a straight con save. If you throw up, you're out.
Okay.
That is a critical failure. Torin passes out to the left. Just at this, Adina sort of raises her empty glass and smiles.
Come on, Sebastian, you got this.
She looks over at Sebastian and gestures. You really have failed at hitting the mic, yes.
So I'm gonna go after getting through 2 carnages. I think that's enough of a risk. So I'm gonna go back down to
You are 7 points away from victory.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for the Frosty Heart.
Okay. Go ahead and give me your con save.
I will use my last lucky die.
With a -2, of course, yeah?
Yes. So that's I don't have a con, so that's 16. And that's a fail, I
That's
think.
a fail, right? Yes, it's a 17 necessary. Okay, you will now be... Well, you're already rolling a disadvantage, but you will be rolling a disadvantage. And you will be poisoned. Okay. Natasha.
So who is in this competition? It's me, Sebastian.
Adina and an unassuming noble
Yeah.
who looks
Okay.
very ill.
I need 7 points to win.
Yes.
I can do this in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
So I'm gonna take, and there's no way I'm gonna pass out either way. So I'm gonna drink a Carnage.
Hey, Natasha,
Yes.
Go on.
show them the kind of tolerance you build at a country tavern.
Yeah.
Bardic Inspiration.
Love it.
Yes.
Do bear in mind
Yes.
you can pass out. A critical failure jumps you 2 down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
A nat 1 also jumps you 2 down.
So I'm gonna roll now. Let's see how this goes. And I might actually use my resistance this time.
Nice. Natasha plunders another drink in and brings herself up to 17 points. So as you take this drink, Adina sort of... Very well. She gestures. Sebastian and Natasha are both on 17 points. The unassuming noble sort of walks out to the table, shakes his head and walks away. He's out. Adina picks up a Carnage. Exit. And brings herself up to 17 points.
Dang.
The bartender looks at you all and takes away everything that isn't a Carnage.
Oh, baby. I'm ready.
I can't, there's no way I would be able to with a -2.
At this point, 2 people are actually pretty much stone cold sober, right? So, I think we will let Sebastian attempt to partake if he wishes, but this may be the moment to gracefully bow out. As unfortunately you've lost too many rolls at this point. As the score is tied, that is the only reason why. You could all get to 20, but, you know, the score is tied. So she looks at you and... After you.
I'll look at her. Why don't we do it together, Adina?
I'll roll here.
With the Bardic Inspiration and the Resistance by my side, I don't think I'll be able to reach it, but let's see. So that's a 10. Henrik, your Bardic Inspiration is a 6, right?
D8.
An 8.
So the max I can
She
get
got a
in
21.
this- Yeah, I'm not gonna beat it, but the max I can get is gonna be an 18. Got a 13!
Okay. As she sees that you begin to struggle, she turns to the bartender and... Pray tell, sir, what's the prize? Well, there's a hat, and there's a coin purse. She nods, and I'll split the coin purse. You can have the hat. Deal?
Sounds like a deal to me.
Okay, and as
Sweetheart.
as she nods over to you, you will see that her necklace, which appears to be made of almost pure gold like a torque, appears to glow with magic.
Ha!
She
That explains
cheated.
how she did it.
She cheated. She's
I'll look
crafty
over at Henrik and say, Henrik, how come she gets to cheat and I don't get to cheat?
because she can afford an amulet of toughness. And you
That's
can't.
not fair. Henrik, this is not the Sandringham way.
Okay.
This is not fair.
You may take the hat of the drunkard
Oh.
and 25 gold pieces. May you
I love how
always
thinking
know.
that's such an alcoholic, James.
May you always know where the nearest alcoholic beverage is.
You are absolutely making Natasha an alcoholic, James.
Don't worry. At some point, we'll give you the bracelet that every time you drink alcohol, you restore 2d4 hit points.
Oh.
That's around there
Arc.
somewhere.
It's a character arc.
But nevertheless, as you begin to look around and see some of your companions a little drunk, I need you all to check your pockets, please. Perception checks.
What pockets? I'm wearing a dress.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get to make this perception check?
Oh, yeah.
No, James, seriously, what pockets?
You don't have any money on you at all.
Well, I've got the coin purse that I just received with 20 gold.
It's all right. Hennick's already passed the check for you all.
Got a
It's Hennick.
19.
It's Hennick. We just needed somebody to pass an 18. Hennick's got it. So is Sebastian. So. Although you don't notice anybody else's pouches missing, you do see a lithe-fingered gentleman making his way through the crowd. Hennick, he has stolen a single gold piece from the pouch you won from the dancing, which you can discover later is 249 gold pieces now. But more importantly, you think you recognize it.
As whom?
Met him in a tavern, the Jolly Green Goblin. He recommended you spoke to the grandfather. He is a member of the Velvet Club.
Right.
And in fact, if you were later to search through your coin purse, because Hennick's probably looking at his coin purse, noticing that in light-fingered, instead of the gold coin he's taken, which you'll discover later is missing, you will see a single black coin that seems to shine a little bit. You may add to your inventory an abjuration coin. But the main purpose of this is as you run your hand over it, you will hear a short message, which simply says, "Assassins on the road leading out of Lorvalum." Assassins on the road leading out of Lorvalum.
Okay. But I don't understand this while I see him walking away.
You would hit, yes, you would, running your finger over the message, you would have seen him walk away, then you'll check your coin purse, then you've run your finger over it, then you've heard it. So it's taken maybe a minute or two. He's made his way back into the crowd, but you could probably track him down.
Well, I'm just gonna use message and send him
great.
a little meta message that says, "Thanks for the warning, and I think I can spare the coin." Put it to good diplomatic use.
He sort of chuckles into your mind and astute as ever, and moves outwards. And I'm afraid that is where we're going to end, as we have actually overrun.
Yeah.
Did we level up like you promised?
You have not got to the end of the ball, but I will let you level up because there's not much of the ball left. In fact, you know what? I'm afraid I'm going to run the last bit of the ball without you participating because it's very simple. At the end of the ball, there is a moment where people are encouraged to dance with somebody they wouldn't normally dance with. So at this point, the serving staff are all brought out. The bartenders, etc. Many of the nobles will dance with a chef, a cook, a serving girl, a bartender, etc. The Lord Shahrazai deigns to dance with a young female noble. One female approaches Natasha and asks if she might dance with Natasha's slave, inverted commas.
Is not my slave. Go ahead. Have a ball.
However, Hennick, the gentleman next to you, turns to you and says, "I'd rather not dance. Might I go to the room early? I know where your room is."
Yeah, absolutely. We can talk later about what comes next for you, but anything you like for now.
My body, my life. And
Not at
he
all.
moves away. After that dance, the ball is pronounced over. And you may all sort of return to your rooms. When you return to your room, Hennick, you see a man lying unconscious upon the ground. And your slave, inverted commas, standing over him. He looks to you and says, "From the Master Shahrazai, an assassin, sent to end your life due to the disgrace that he felt at your actions. I thought this might be the case. I took the liberty of checking your room before you." With that, he sort of bows and he presents to you a sword. "I stole this from the guard."
Well, I was going to say it anyway, but if there was any doubt left in your mind, you owe me nothing any longer.
My body, my life. And with that is where we'll end.
No! We cannot end here.
Yeah, we can. And we will.
No!
This for
Oh
next
my
week.
god. Oh my god.
We come to the timeless honored tradition of MVPs. I will go. I can't go backwards. I can't remember who was last. Josh, you were last.
So my MVP was the sentence, Green Dragonborn and their slavery. Oh, brutal.
Good. I'm glad you liked that. Jamal.
I've got a small list going here.
Mhm. Should we leave you to last and see what gets picked off by other people?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you do love a list. Rico? I don't know. I can't remember who was in what order. Rico.
Sure. I can't quite remember the names, but the two men at the stable that Hennick met were just fucking hilarious.
Oh, you liked Dave and Brankas?
Dave and
Morons at the
Brankus.
stable, yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was fucking.
I'm
good.
always happy to play a Cockney.
Yeah.
Especially a stupid one. Yeah, they're great. I'm glad you liked them.
Yeah.
I will tell you for free, Dave and Brantus have had different names and made appearances in so many campaigns as the two idiot servants that didn't really want to get
Naturally.
involved with anything. Because I love their banter, so I'm glad you enjoyed it too. Bruno.
Oh, and sorry, the drinking
sorry.
contest was really
And the
fun.
drinking contest. Yeah, I tested this in Darkness Over Kalan, so sorry, Josh, that you've had two versions of it. But I think it was great fun both times. And actually, Nico didn't participate in it the first time, so it was nice to have you take part in it.
Nice.
Yeah, I love tavern games and drinking games and silly things in D&D. I just always think they're so much fun, especially if there's a really cool reward that is completely disproportionate. Speaking of which, winner of the dancing contest, Joe, your MVP.
Yeah, well, obviously, lots of general stuff, and making something like this into intrigue that actually has function and story to it is always very nice. But I think specifically, the Kiavo being the accidental receptor of all information and putting him in this sort of position of bizarre pseudo importance, I think it was just perfect to sort of do something more to his character.
That happened 3 minutes before session, or maybe 30 minutes before session. So originally, it was all going to get given to Hennick, because he's like the sort of de facto party leader.
Yeah, this is way better.
But it was when I was listening back beforehand, I listened to the last 20 minutes of last session, and it was Kiavo who said, "Well, if you need anything, we can lend a hand." And I just thought, well, fuck it, that's going to land you in everything. It's all going to you. Great. Bruno, your MVP.
What was the name of the hat, by the way?
Hat of the Drunkard, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's an amulet of the drum, but we'll sort that out later. Anyways, I want to echo what Rico said. I really like the drinking game. I completely agree. That's my favorite thing about D&D is all the silly stuff, and I think it's the first time I've seen someone do it like this. That was a lot of fun. In terms of characters, I really liked an interaction between Hennick and Natasha. I actually like two of them, but my favorite one was the second one, where Hennick said something along the lines of you shouldn't judge someone in a monolith or something like that. And I think that was
not all
really
societies are a monolith. Yeah,
That was
Yeah.
my MVP, yeah.
that was very important for Natasha to remember, because she never judged the people that she grew up with, but she was very judgy of these people. So I really like that. Really good job, Jodai. It was great. And character development, I love that. So that's my favorite part. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a couple before we go to Jamal's list and see if there's anything left. So my first, it was indeed the you shouldn't judge a society as a monolith, or no society as a monolith. What was the exact phrase?
I'm glad I decided on the fly that Hennick would know a word that big. It's like, you know what? He probably wouldn't, but fuck it.
Yeah, it really
We heard
resounded
it somewhere
because
before.
it was also the message being given by the bard. It was also the message in the Russian fairy tale, there was the message of, he was trying to say that there's a wolf in the room in the terms of his despising of what the Master of Sharazai represented. But he was also talking about, how the Yuan-Ti shouldn't be judged as one group of people. And
Right. And
for
we've seen all
Jodo,
that stuff.
And for Joe to echo, that was so beautiful in the way he phrased it. But my favorite moment also went to Joe with his comment to Sebastian, would you like to be the one they chose as food? In terms of the vampires. And I was just like, wow. Couldn't have said it better myself. Jamal, what's left on your list?
Okay, so you definitely managed to get the morons at the stable, and I will say you sort of in part got it, but I've got a really great name for a shitty novel. Chiavo Duskmane and the Incredible Stack of Paperwork for our new situation that's developed.
It's,
the other two that I've got was the first one is poor servants not going to get fucking paid. Oh my god, that would have sucked.
Yeah, the idea that if you dismiss the maids, they didn't get paid. Stolen from a book that I was reading last week. I just thought that was great.
Really good. Really good.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And the other one is Natasha Stinks.
Oh yes, yes, that was just a subtle reminder that perhaps you need to follow these noble ways. On which note,
She doesn't shower, guys. As you remember.
Give out some gifts, shouldn't we? To Sebastian for his brave endurance of this drinking contest. A constitution point. To Torin in not knowing where to bow out. Have an intelligence point, because it's about time you had some. To Natasha, a charisma point. I love that. For his wondrous dance moves, a dexterity point to Hennick.
Nice.
And for his wise management of paperwork, Garvo, you may take a wisdom point.
Hey, I was surprised it didn't give me the wisdom for knowing when to tap out, but that works.
No. I had already given you a point at that point. So it just sort of made sense to continue onwards.
Yeah.
Yes, and then there were two sort of minor, silly points, I guess. So in winning the dance competition... no, sorry, I gave you a dex point, didn't I? In your rescuing of the slave... animal handling point.
You're saying that slaves are animals now? Wow.
Both of you. An animal handling point for your the chaining of the slaves.
Me as
yes,
well.
Both of you. For your slave work.
Take it reticently.
Well, there's a reason for this, right? It's because Josh said to me the other day that his character, Josh said to me the other day that his character likes animal handling, but because they have somebody in the group with more animal handling, since it's Kalam, he never gets to do the animal handling. And I was like, how do we give out animal handling points? And I was like, every time I'm going to come across an NPC that slightly resembles an animal in some way or other. And the reason why the slaves represent animals are not because they are animals, but they've been treated like animals.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I thought they were amusing points to give out. And of course, you may all level up to 6. If you gain any class abilities at this point, you may take them immediately. If you gain any spells, you may take 1 of the level. If you gain any spells at this point. But please, as per usual, like a spell that makes sense with the way your character works. If you gain anything else, let me know, please.
Are we rolling a hit die?
No.
Okay.
Can I confirm that you are putting a level in Druid?
You can, indeed.
Yes, you may take your subclass immediately.
Thank you very much.
But you may not use the wild shapes given by it until a moment happens. All right?
That is fine. That's not what I wanted for.
Yeah, so you don't gain access to level 2 Druid spells, you just level 1 Druid spells, right? At this point.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, so that's fine. You can, as per usual, just take 1. Yeah, cool. I think most of them blend over anyway, so that's fine. No wild shaping until we discuss it. Okay, yeah, with that, I think we will end. I had a great session. I love a ball. Always think they're good fun. Where's my thing to click? Where are we going? Are we going anywhere? Nah. If you guys would like to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Folks.
We shall see you soon.